So we're going to go ahead and get started so we can stay on time. So we're going to start session 2 with some case examples of inclusive trial designs. Our first speaker is Randell. She's an assistant professor of pediatrics at Duke University and Duke Clinical Research Institute. Rachel.
All right. Thank you. And thank you all for being here this afternoon. This morning's content mentioned a couple times decentralized or remote trials. So I'm very excited to share with you an example of one of these types of trials. At the Duke Clinical Research Institute, we like to call these types of trials. Sorry, I'm having some difficulty with the clicker here. Okay, perfect. Are you guys able to advance for me? Yeah, we're just okay, perfect. Well, I'll just say briefly that at the Duke Clinical Research Institute, we like to call this type of trial direct to family to highlight the critical importance of the family in pediatric trial participation. Thank you. And that includes, of course, the primary caregivers, but also the greater family, the community. So these are our funding and disclosures. So I think this group is very well aware that pediatric trials are difficult to conduct for many reasons. However, multi-center research networks have been able to overcome these many challenges to successfully conduct trials in children. One example is the NIH-funded Pediatric Trials Network, or PTN, which has over 200 sites, to date has conducted more than 50 studies, and data from those studies have led to 21 FDA label changes to add pediatric-specific information on therapeutic dosing, pharmacokinetics, and safety. Another example that's specific to my field of pediatric rheumatology is the Childhood Arthritis and Rheumatology Research Alliance, or CARA, registry. So for those who aren't familiar with the structure of a multi-center research network, I've provided CARA here as an example. So the map on the bottom left-hand corner of the slide, you can see in blue and teal circles, these indicate sites, which are individual children's hospitals or clinics where families and children go to receive their clinical care for their rheumatologic condition and also participate in research. These sites then report to a central site, a coordinating site, which is the Duke Clinical Research Institute actually for both of these examples. And then depending on the structure of the research network, there may also be a separate data coordinating center. So one can imagine that this gets incredibly complicated. It's also expensive and slow. The operational overhead for one of these types of trials is estimated to be about $10,000 and 200 hours per subject enrolled. On this slide, I was planning to discuss some of the potential barriers from the family's perspective, but I think after today's keynote address and such a wonderful journey that Michael shared in Michelle's talk, there's absolutely nothing more I need to say about that. Instead, I'd like to share with you an approach called decentralized trials, also referred to sometimes as virtual, remote, or direct-to-family or direct-to-participant trials. So instead of asking the family to travel to a research site, which then reports to a central site, we basically flip that on its head, and we as the central site work directly with families. There are lots of examples of different types of studies that have been done this way, but really a key underpinning is the use of technology for remote data collection. This occurs through things like video conferencing, devices, wearables, as well as electronic questionnaires that can be completed on a cell phone, tablet, or a computer. It's also possible to obtain biological samples in this type of study. For example, you could have a home health phlebotomist travel to the family's home to do a blood draw. You could also ask them to travel not to the research site, but to a local commercial laboratory for a lab draw. And it's also possible to self-collect a variety of biospecimens, including blood. So at the DCRI, we were curious to know, could a direct-to-family design overcome potential barriers to pediatric trial participation? And we thought, well, maybe. We could schedule these visits flexibly on evenings and weekends outside of typical work and school hours. We could deliver study materials and study personnel directly to the family's home to eliminate transportation barriers. Maybe this could reduce some of the financial burdens. And we also felt that we would be free from the geographical limitations placed by sites. So this inspired the Individual Patient Exposure and Response in Pediatric Lupus, or iPersonal trial. This was a direct-to-family, open-label, pre-post pilot trial evaluating the preliminary effectiveness of a medication management device on adherence to hydroxychloroquine in pediatric systemic lupus erythematosus. Okay, that was a really long statement. I think I had to take 4 breaths in the middle of it, so let me break this down for everybody. Lupus is a rare chronic autoimmune disease that disproportionately affects women and women from these racial and ethnic groups. It unfortunately is a leading cause of death in young women. Diagnosis during childhood is common and predicts a worse prognosis. Now, the good news is there are safe and effective therapeutics. One of them is hydroxychloroquine, which is a once-daily oral anti-malarial medication that's prescribed to almost everyone with lupus. Although, like with many other chronic conditions, actually taking that medication every day as prescribed is a major challenge. So we saw this as an opportunity to potentially improve lupus health outcomes by promoting adherence to this medication already prescribed as standard of care. And we thought this direct-to-family design would be especially important for lupus, one, because of geography. So lupus is rare, rheumatologists are rare, pediatric rheumatologists are especially rare. So the reducing barriers in terms of transportation we felt was very important. We also know that socioeconomic and other factors that present barriers to research participation also negatively affect lupus health outcomes. And with a lot of other conditions, there is a major issue with racial and ethnic diversity historically in lupus clinical trials. This next slide illustrates basically our study activities. So the intervention was this electronic pill bottle with a sensor in the cap to record bottle openings and closings. It also provided automated reminders, so flashing light, a chime, and automated text and phone calls around the time that medication was due. All participants received the intervention and were instructed to use it for their hydroxychloroquine that was prescribed and managed by their doctor. After a 2-week run-in period, we activated reminders, and they remained active for the duration of the 6-month study. So throughout this time, we had 4 in-home visits where a home health nurse traveled to the family's home to collect a blood and urine sample, help the family submit data using their devices, and complete questionnaires. At the first visit, we also had the home health nurse connect via video conference with a remote physician who was licensed in their state to conduct with the nurse a head-to-toe physical examination and disease activity assessment. In order to identify potentially eligible participants, we partnered with the CARE registry, which I described to you before. Basically, we asked the CARE registry to provide a list of potentially eligible participants, which they did. We contacted them through emails, physical letters, and then started a phone campaign. The first thing we learned was that, in general, people did not answer our phone calls. But of the people who answered our phone calls, more than half were interested in the study and actually scheduled consenting calls. So I mentioned this was a pilot study. Our original goal was to enroll 20 participants. We met that goal in 10 days. So because of the overwhelming enthusiasm for this study, we increased our sample size to as many as we could afford, which was 26, and added an additional 18 participants to a backup list. This slide shows some selected demographics of those 26 participants, and the map on the right shows highlighted in red the states that were represented in the study. Although our numbers were small, we were pleased to see that self-reported race and ethnicity looked a little bit more like the U.S. population with lupus as compared to traditional lupus clinical trials. Although, as discussed before, we did have a lot of people who self-selected race as other. In terms of study operations, we found this was highly feasible. So we conducted the entire study from first patient first visit to last patient last visit in under 10 months, and that includes the 6 months of follow-up. We were able to conduct 97 home visits, collect 94 urine and 88 blood samples, and nearly 4,000 dosing records on hydroxychloroquine. And note, this all occurred in the first year and a half of the COVID-19 pandemic. On the right-hand side, you can see responses to our satisfaction survey. Overwhelmingly, our participants said they felt comfortable, that they would take part in a study like this again, and actually that they preferred this over a site. You can also see some of the selected comments, which I think highlight the experience, especially during the COVID pandemic. We learned a lot from this study. I think overall, we found that this direct-to-family design was desirable, feasible, and satisfactory in the pediatric lupus population. And although this was a small pilot study and a niche population, we think this is a potentially promising approach to increase geographic and other types of diversity in pediatric clinical trials. That's not to say there weren't challenges and limitations. Of course there were. First thing to consider in terms of safety. So by design, we selected a medication with an incredibly safe profile that's already prescribed and managed per standard of care. And our intervention was actually this medication management device that was incredibly low risk. That's not to say other types of interventions, can't be studied with this type of design, but will require some additional considerations. We did find that, as it turns out, location matters for having study team members that were licensed and able to travel to families' homes. Technology and data integration. This actually ended up being a huge thing, could be a separate talk on its own. From a scientific standpoint, we did have a lot of additional considerations in terms of dealing with data quality, the device use or misuse or malfunction, what to do with that. And then we did require a complex data integration flow that we fortunately had the resources to build in-house, but to collect data streams coming from different devices and different platforms. From an equity standpoint, in terms of technology, we wanted to make sure that we weren't simply trading one barrier, like transportation, for another barrier, like having a smartphone. So we did provide a study iPhone for all participants to use for the duration of the study. We also downloaded all of the study apps on the phone before we gave it to the family to help with potential issues with digital literacy. We did, however, require that the families have access to Wi-Fi or cellular data. So that's an important limitation and something that definitely needs to be considered from the beginning for these types of studies. We also found that, I think has already been talked a little bit about today, but I think there will be more to come, about the critical importance of partnerships. So we had a wonderful patient and family advisory group that we involved from the very beginning to help design the trial, determine what would be reasonable to ask families to do in their homes. We involved the care registry, as I mentioned. We also had great partnership from the Lupus Foundation of America, just to name some of our partners here. If you're interested in learning more, we have a couple publications and hopefully our primary adherence analysis coming soon. So with that, I would like to acknowledge our fearless leader and principal investigator, Stephen Balovic, who will be on virtually for the upcoming panel presentation. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank everyone else mentioned on this slide. I wish I had more time to thank you all individually. I'm happy to address any questions later or by email. And that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Our next talk is actually a duo. We have Ted Love, who's the chair of Board of Directors at Biotechnology Innovation Organization, or BIO, as well as Bella Oguno, who's Vice President of Development Operations at Nuvig Therapeutics. I'll turn it over to Bella.
You have Ted on the line?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, Ted.
Okay, great. Well, I'll get us kicked off, and then I'll turn things over to Bella. The first thing I want to do is thank everyone for putting together this conference. I've had the benefit of listening for much of the morning. It's been absolutely excellent. I'd also then like to begin with a few words about sickle cell disease and about global blood therapeutics, because much of what we're going to talk about is very relevant to specific challenges that we faced in pediatric drug development. So starting with sickle cell disease, this is a relatively rare disease in the US. Affects about 100,000 people in the US, so it is a rare disease. It actually results from a single amino acid change on hemoglobin, which unfortunately results in profound anemia in affected individuals starting at about 6 to 9 months of age. Many people classically know these patients suffer from severe pain crises, but what's less appreciated, quite frankly, is that they all suffer from chronic organ hypoxemia, and as a result, they die typically in their 30s and 40s from chronic organ failure. And that's really what GBT was focused on solving. The sickle cell population in the US is more than 90% African Americans. And quite frankly, solutions for sickle cell disease had been chronically underinvested in by our government, as well as by industry. And patients and the patient community was very aware of that. The fact that our patients were predominantly Black and brown and often poor meant that we were focused on a patient population which was not only historically poorly represented in clinical trials, but who had often had very poor experience with the medical system, with a significant amount of distrust for the system. So GBT was really focused on solving the disease, but also solving a lot of the social issues around the disease. The first drug that GBT worked on is now approved. It's called Oxbryta. And the development program, which you'll hear more about from Bella, focused on helping individuals all the way from 6 months old, all the way to more than 60. Patients occasionally live that long. We started the development plan actually in a patient population that was greater than 12 because we wanted to focus on patient-reported symptoms, which obviously at a certain age you could not collect. And we also initially only had a tablet formulation, which was not suitable for many children less than 12. This was actually the HOPE study, which was the basis of the approval. This is a fairly large study of 274 patients. If you want to read about it, it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine in June of 2019. And just in terms of the pediatric component, 16 to 18% of the participants in the study were in fact under the age of 18. And the FDA did use extrapolation, which was something mentioned earlier, to support the approval in that less than 18 and greater than 12-year-old population group. We also agreed with the FDA to conduct a confirmatory study to show stroke risk reduction as measured by TCD in kids in the age range of 2 to less than 15. This was called the HOPE Kids study. And again, it was a sizable study of 224 kids. Our plan was then to lower the indicated age to 4 to 12 and then ultimately to down to 6 months by using extrapolation again with the FDA supporting safety as well as continued efficacy as measured by reduction in the magnitude of the anemia these patients suffer from. And these were, of course, smaller studies. The last thing I want to say is that sickle cell disease is rare in the US, but it's highly prevalent in a number of countries, particularly in the sub-Saharan African countries. Therefore, GBT actually had the opportunity, and quite frankly, as you hear about from Bella, the challenge of not only enrolling our studies in the US and Europe, but also in many countries where clinical trials have rarely been conducted. Another challenge is that the treatment and death rates for sickle cell disease can vary dramatically, particularly in geographies in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's something that we had to, of course, navigate in collaboration with the Food and Drug Administration. So with those high-level points, I'll turn it over to Bella. And I really want to give a huge shout out to Bella. She led the team that really did all the work to do these incredibly difficult, complex studies all around the world. So turn it over to you, Bella.
Thank you, Ted. All right. So with that lovely introduction, I'd just like to point out the work that we did at GBT to support the enrollment of our sickle cell studies. So we were really energized around serving a sickle cell community. This is an understatement. From TED on down, we partnered from the very beginning with CBOs in the US and the EU, try to understand the landscape by identifying the key opinion leaders, and then also the physicians that were treating the patients. Where are they? What can we do to help? And how do we support the implementation of clinical trials? So in the US, you see in this slide here, we're looking at where are the sites, but sometimes when you're looking at the sites, that does not overlay where the patients are, and there's a disconnect because those communities or those hospitals might not be conducting the clinical trial, so you don't have access to that patient population, and that was one of the challenges that we had. We know what they are, but do we have clinical trials or clinical research staff to support executing that clinical study? And as Ted mentioned, the prevalence in the U.S. is not as high as it is in the ex-U.S., specifically sub-Saharan Africa. So we saw this as an opportunity to augment our recruitment and pivoted towards the sub-Saharan Africa. And that came with a lot of questions and some challenges that we really tried to address. I call this looking at the diversity within the diversity, right? We know the patient population, but what else can we do? And I also call this the era of yes and. So once we made the commitment to go to sub-Saharan Africa, and we went to Egypt as well, and Middle Eastern countries, the challenges and the considerations came up. So the logistical challenges, well, how are you going to get drug in? How are you going to get lab samples out? Yes, and let's work with vendors that can support that. So collecting samples within Africa and testing them within Africa and having method validation transfers so that could be done. All right. How do you address the expertise challenges? Yes, and let's train the physicians. Let's have training seminars. Let's go there to understand their perspective. And let's not forget, they see a higher number of these patients in the world. They know these patients. They know this disease. All right. What about the resource challenges? Yes, and let's help them build capacity. Let's help them identify the resources, study coordinators, nurses, training, so they can conduct a study. Okay, what about the logistical challenges from a conducting the trial perspective? Yes, and let's provide that to them. Let's understand, for example, someone mentioned Wi-Fi and access to the internet. That can be challenging sometimes. How do we support that in sub-Saharan Africa when that's the challenge? Or even electricity, where you're starting samples and they need to be refrigerated before you ship them out. Yes, and let's give them that, right? And have generators and backup generators so they can conduct the studies. So we were constantly faced with the challenges, and the response was yes, and how do we support this community to be able to implement these studies? And how do we do this? I think one of the aspects that was really important to us, if I can move this, advance this slide. Is the how. One of the critical aspects is engaging the sub-Saharan African team early on, not just in time. So in 2019 is when I started going to Africa to understand who are the key opinion leaders here. Who are the physicians? Who are the community-based leaders that we need to be aware of? And also the cultural aspect is really important. It's not just understanding who they are, but how do we communicate? And it's not just picking up the phone and saying, do you want to do this clinical study? It's being in person. So I went there several times to understand that hierarchy and how to get them engaged so other team members can also participate in that clinical study. So it took time to build that trust. It took time to build the trust also of the parents who would be consenting for their children to participate in the clinical study. And I'll give an example of how that was really important for us to build that trust at that level. There was a listening tour before we started implementing the study. There was still a lot, and there still is a lot of stigma around sickle cell. So with that comes the treatment, the medication that they don't even want to access because it gives away that they have sickle cell, right? Transportation is a big thing in Africa. Some of these patients are coming from 2 to 3 hours away. So imagine having a 2 to 3 or 4-year-old taking a bus, not even coming by car, but taking a bus to come to the site, being there all day, and then having to go back. So making sure that we were aware of those challenges and the way we developed the protocol, the way we make sure that they had the transportation was also really important for us as we understood how do we implement this study in sub-Saharan Africa. Equipment as well. And one of the things that when we were engaging with the KOLs and the team members, I will never forget this discussion, and I had a doctor in Kenya say, well, you want to access our patients and get our data, take it all out, and now do we have access to that data, and are we even going to have access to that treatment later on? So these are the difficult discussions that I brought back to TED and brought back to GBT so we can be intentional around developing a response, not just a knee-jerk reaction to placate those concerns, but to really address how are we really going to collaborate with this patient population, with this region to build trust so they feel confident in enrolling their children in this clinical trial. So that trust exercise took over a year. We started in 2019 before we implemented the study, and then in 2020, everyone knows what happened. So in 2020, everything came to a standstill, but we still needed to move forward. And I remember specifically in October of 2020, I said, Ted, I have to go to Africa. No one's traveling, no one's doing anything, but I have to go to Africa. I have to go to Nigeria to do the training for TCD. This is transcranial Doppler training to conduct a study. So we needed to train the sonographers at each of the sites in Africa, and we needed participants to do that, and that's children from 2 to 10 or 12 years old. So imagine having to coordinate that at the height of the pandemic in 2020, coordinate a hotel that will let you do it, coordinate informed consent of patients and the children, coordinate COVID tests for all of them, coordinate transportation, coordinate the space, make sure there's enough social distancing, coordinate technology so we have people from the UK, from the US, all over the world dialing in to ensure that the training is being conducted appropriately. I think this is the level of collaboration and commitment that it took from not just GBT, but our partners, whether it's vendors, the parents, the regulators, the physicians, to ensure that we completed the training on time. And I'm happy to say that no kids were sick. Everyone was able to complete the training. You just have to make sure there's a lot of food, a lot of coloring books, cartoons. Everyone can run around and get tired and then do the training. But it took a big effort and trust, and that was also an opportunity for the patients, for the parents and caregivers, for me to share the importance of a clinical trial. Some of these parents had never heard of clinical trials in the first place, or much less participated, now have their children participate, or have heard of GBT, or even questioning a sickle cell study. Yeah, we have the greatest prevalence, but we've never even heard of the actual opportunity to participate in a study. So that was one of the benefits that we garnered from collaborating early on, and taking some risks, quite frankly. And this is just elaborates again what we implemented and how we were able to be successful in executing this study. It was continuous process improvement, risk mitigation, execution, and revisiting that strategy day in and day out. There were always challenges that crept up. That's just the nature of clinical research 101 and being in that region. But how do we continue to show that collaboration and be determinant in how we execute and recruit in the study? And again, with the support of the FDA, as Ted mentioned, after implementing the study in the sub-Saharan African region, we were able to recruit the study fully and quickly with those countries. And I think the key lesson here is not to be deterred by how difficult it is, because everything that's difficult is not what we're doing, but also having a vision for how you're going to get it done, and having that commitment internally and externally, dedicating the resources. This took a long time, and it was a heavy lift, again, from our organization, from having the right team members and the resources financially to get this done, because we're also helping to build capacity. I mentioned the TCD machines. We developed a process that after we were able to do the training and they used it for the study, they could keep the TCD machines to continue that assessment for their patients long term, right? So how do we continue with capacity building when we're working with these countries where we know that the resources are lower, but the data is just as valuable, and working with those patients are just as valuable. The last slide is not here, which is why. Why do we do that? And I remember Ted always said, because we need to do the right thing for patients, and that means all patients. And when you do the right thing for patients, we do the right thing for our organization as a company, but also the development of a molecule or the drug. And that's all I have. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Bella and Ted. Now I'm going to ask Lauren Wood Heickman, who's a clinical reviewer at the FDA, to provide the last talk before we move into the panel discussion.
Just testing it out. Good afternoon. Can I move the view, presenter view down? Can you move it to the left, please? Thank you. Okay, great. So my name is Lauren Wood Heickman. I am a pediatric endocrinologist and medical officer in the Division of Diabetes, Lipid Disorders, and Obesity. And the purpose of my talk today is to discuss diversity in pediatric type 2 diabetes trials, illustrated by an example of an assessment I performed on a sample of trials submitted to the FDA in the support of approved drugs to see how they measure up in terms of representing our diverse population of patients with pediatric type 2 diabetes. Also, I'll be referring to type 2 diabetes as T2D throughout this presentation. Oh, sorry. There we go. So please note the views expressed in this presentation are mine and should not necessarily be interpreted as those of the FDA. I have no financial conflicts of interest to report. First, I'm going to provide an introduction to youth onset type 2 diabetes, or T2D. Then I'll discuss FDA's approach to encouraging representative studies through regulations impacting pediatric trials and the new guidance related to diversity action plans and how it applies to pediatrics. Next, I'll highlight some unique challenges in conducting clinical trials in youth onset T2D. Then I'll discuss an assessment of representativeness for a sample of pediatric trials submitted to my division. Lastly, I'll discuss lessons learned and future directions on how to move forward with this information. Type 2 diabetes, or T2D in youth, is a serious disease with an aggressive clinical course. Complications of diabetes develop rapidly in children, resulting in a high risk of debilitating complications like cardiovascular disease, kidney and eye disease by young adulthood. Mortality in children with T2D is 2 to 3 times higher than the general population. Diabetes is common, affecting 1 in 10 Americans, and approximately 90 to 95% of cases of diabetes are type 2 diabetes, according to the CDC. However, youth onset T2D is relatively rare. So versus 1 in 10, it's 1 in 1,500 US youth under 20 who's impacted by type 2 diabetes. And the prevalence of approximately 43 million US youth from ages 10 to 19 in the US, approximately 28,800 have T2D. And as for incidence, each year about 5,000 youth under 20 are diagnosed with T2D, although this is increasing. And in contrast, greater than 3 times as many youth in the age group are diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And unlike type 2 diabetes in adults, which tends to be equal among females and males, type 2 diabetes in youth differentially impacts females versus male youth. While youth onset T2D is still relatively rare, there's a rising number of diagnoses in children every year. The yearly rate or annual incidence of newly diagnosed youth with T2D almost doubled from the years 2002 to 2018. And in the US, racial and ethnic minority youth carries the largest burden of this increase in youth onset T2D. As shown in the figure below, looking at the annual incidence of newly diagnosed T2D in youth ages 10 to 19 years over time, so with years 2002 on the left and 2016 on the right along the bottom of the chart, an increasing number of diagnoses can be seen among American Indian youth in red at the top, non-Hispanic Black in purple, Hispanic in blue, and Asian and Pacific Islander in gray, compared to their non-Hispanic white peers, the line in green, with the red dotted line showing the average incidence for all youth over time. So as you can see, because there's a differential impact on youth and there's an increasing number of diagnoses, this becomes very crucial in order to understand the benefits of the treatment in all populations. So evaluating the safety and effectiveness in medical care and treatments for a representative and diverse population is critical to advancing health equity. For pediatric T2D, there's a disproportionate impact on ethnic and minority youth, including a higher rate of diagnoses and, moreover, differences in both health outcomes and differences in risk factors for health outcomes observed by race and ethnicity. Therefore, representation in youth-onset T2D trials is important in ensuring that positive health outcomes from treatments being investigated apply to all patients. Now that I've gone through a primer on T2D in youth and the importance of representation in clinical trials, I'll provide an overview of FDA's regulations impacting pediatric trial diversity and the mechanisms by which FDA has used to encourage more representative trials in kids. On the left, the Pediatric Research Equity Act, or PREA, a law passed in 2003, requires pediatric studies for certain drugs and biological products being developed for adults if FDA determines that the product is likely to be used in pediatric patients or if it would provide a meaningful benefit over available therapies. The other mechanism on the right, the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act, or BPCA, passed in 2002, is a voluntary mechanism. FDA requests a sponsor conduct pediatric trials by issuing a written request. The emphasis here is that the BPCA on the right is voluntary. In terms of the written requests are fulfilled, sponsors may receive an additional month of marketing exclusivity. Within the guidance on the right, there's a mechanism for which the FDA has used to encourage diversity in terms of the BPCA. So they can encourage that they shall take into account adequate representation of children of ethnic and racial minorities. So in summary, on the left, there are two mechanisms in which the FDA requires pediatric studies. If they are going by the required mechanism, the Pediatric Research Equity Act, on the left, there's less criteria, less requirements. And then, if you're going on the BPCA on the right, there are more requirements, including the requirement to take into account adequate representation of children and ethnic racial minorities. So for the diabetes division, a lot or most of our studies are conducted under BPCA and have accounted this. There's also new guidance, the draft guidance for industry. Diversity plans to improve enrollment of participants from underrepresented racial and ethnic populations in clinical trials. Would you mind scrolling down a little bit on the script? I just want to make sure I get my wording right. Thanks, guys. Okay, that's okay. Let me pull it down. I think I have it written out too. Sorry, guys. The regulations are really important. So the recent regulatory draft guidance, let me pull it up here, was published in June 2024, and it's entitled Diversity Plans to Improve Enrollment of Participants from Underrepresented Racial and Ethnic Populations in Clinical Trials. And this draft guidance, which applies to phase 3 trials or pivotal clinical trials submitted to the FDA, recommends that sponsors submit a diversity action plan that specifies goals for clinical study enrollment by race, ethnicity, sex, and age group. And so once this guidance is final, regardless of whether sponsors will be conducting pediatric studies under PREA on the left or under BPCA on the right, they will need to come up with a plan for representativeness. that takes into account adequate representation of children from racial and ethnic minority backgrounds. Okay. So now I'd like to set the stage to discuss some of the unique challenges associated with drug development in type 2 diabetes in particular, by showing the history and current landscape of FDA-approved treatments. So in 2000, metformin, the FDA approved metformin to be used in youth with T2D. Prior to 2000, insulin was the only FDA-approved medication to be used for this condition, until 2019, when Victoza or liraglutide was approved. Therapeutic options other than insulin or metformin were not available to youth, despite many drugs becoming available for adults with type 2 diabetes. As shown here, over the last 4 years, there has been a burst of approvals for new drugs for treatment of youth with T2D. It's important to note that the studies leading to these approvals were prompted by the regulations that I discussed earlier, and requiring pediatric trials to be conducted for drugs that would benefit populations. So this slide highlights some good news and some bad news. There was a gap in care for youth with T2D prior to PREA or BPCA, which has arguably led to many approvals in this area. But there was a sizable delay between when drugs became available in adults and when they became available in kids, as highlighted by Pam earlier. When looking only at the approved drugs, pictured in the red box, the lag time on average was 8.6 years between adult approval and pediatric approval, with a range from 7 to 10 years depending on the drug. So PREA, BPCA are arguably leading to increasing approval in kids, but why the delay? Over the next slide, I'll discuss the challenges faced by clinical trials in youth with T2D. So there are several challenges faced when conducting trials in youth-onset T2D, and despite pediatric type 2 diabetes trials actually being pretty short, they're typically only 6 to 12 months duration, the time required to complete these trials has been long due to very slow enrollment. From a recent published analysis of U.S. phase 3 or 4 pediatric trials conducted from 2000 to 2020, only 5 of 17 studies, or 30% of the studies, met projected enrollment targets in less than 4 years, meaning that the majority of the studies, so 70%, took longer than 4 years to enroll the required number of subjects into the study. Challenges to enrollment are multifactorial, including restrictive eligibility criteria, a small pool of eligible participants, and lack of dedicated pediatric research infrastructure, among other reasons. However, as you could likely see, the longer times to enroll subjects in clinical trials contributed to longer timelines to approval of drugs to pediatric type 2 diabetes. Okay, so now that I've reviewed the unique challenges in clinical studies for youth with T2D, I'm going to present my assessment of how these trials measure up in terms of representativeness. So my goal was to compare the race and ethnicity breakdown of trials submitted to the Diabetes Division to the known race and ethnicity breakdown of children with type 2 diabetes in the U.S. This would give me a good sense for how representative the trials are of the diverse population of patients with T2D. I limited my investigation to 5 clinical trials conducted for approved drugs. In order to get a feel for representativeness, I needed a good benchmark study to see how studies were doing. And I determined the best source of representativeness data we have for U.S. youth would be the Search for Diabetes in Youth study mentioned earlier by Anne. So the Search study is the largest surveillance effort of youth-onset type 2 diabetes conducted to date, and is CDC-funded and NIH-supported, and it surveyed physician-diagnosed diabetes in 5 U.S. states, as well as several American Indian reservations from 2000 to 2020. And this search study was designed to actually represent or over-represent certain youth thought to be at highest risk for youth-onset type 2 diabetes. And then CDC actually reports the prevalence and incidence data from the search study for youth-onset type 2 diabetes. Now I'm going to present the results of the representativeness assessment, and on the left you can see the results of the most recent analysis from 2017 for 1,230 patients with youth-onset T2D in the search study. As I mentioned before, there's some limitations to this search study, including overrepresentation of certain groups, and how the search study grouped the data is a little bit different than how clinical trials report data on race and ethnicity. For example, the non-Hispanic Asian population in light blue also includes Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, a group that's typically reported separately. So this may not be directly comparable to how clinical trials typically report race. So on the right, in an effort to match the data we get from pediatric clinical trials to what we see in patients with youth onset T2D, I'm showing the race and ethnicity breakdown for 5 trials FDA approved for the treatment of pediatric T2D. And it's for 811 subjects. It's important to note that these 5 trials are global trials, which in total 42% of the subjects came from the US, so 58% from non-US. And US subject enrollment in these studies range from making up, at the low end, 15% of the study population and to 68% at the highest end. You can see that non-Hispanic Black in red, American Indian and Alaska Native in purple appear to be greatly underrepresented, while non-Hispanic White in green, Hispanic in dark blue, and Asian in light blue are overrepresented in the 5 global pediatric T2D trials submitted to the agency. Now I'm going to show you the same analysis for the 5 studies, but limited to the 339 subjects enrolled only in the US. On the right, I've enlarged the figure a bit to show the race and ethnicity breakdown for the studies a little bit more clearly. So it looks like the trials are doing reasonably well in terms of representing non-Hispanic Black youth in red, with overrepresentation of Hispanic youth in dark blue, and non-Hispanic White youth in green. In the subjects enrolled in the US, there's also an underrepresentation of non-Hispanic American Indian or Alaska Native in purple, Asian in light blue, and Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander in orange, but keeping in mind that the search study on the left isn't directly comparable, as the light blue Asian category on the left represents Asian along with Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander youth. So depending on how you look at this, you could determine that pediatric T2D trials are generally doing pretty well in representation for some groups, but there are definitely gaps where representativeness could improve. This type of analysis allows us to understand areas of focus for future studies. So, in conclusion, this case study identified several gaps in the representativeness of pediatric T2D trials submitted to my division of the FDA, but was also generally encouraging. So American Indian and Alaska Native, Asian and Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander patients with youth onset T2D from the US are underrepresented based on this analysis. In terms of lessons learned, this strategy could be applied to other pediatric trials, programs to evaluate the relative representativeness of the clinical trials being conducted in order to get to those gaps and ensure better representation in clinical trials going forward. There are several opportunities moving forward to continue to address barriers in representativeness, in addition to addressing other challenges in conducting efficient youth onset T2D trials. Firstly, in conjunction with the Diabetes Division of Pediatrics and Maternal Health, or DPMH, we're planning to hold a workshop for pediatric type 2 diabetes in spring of 2025 to further address challenges faced in the conduct of trials in this disease area. Next, in addition to written requests, our division and others at the FDA managing pediatric applications can integrate the 2024 Race and Ethnicity Diversity Plan guidance into phase 3 pediatric trials designed to address PREA requirements, encouraging sponsors to establish goals early in the pediatric development program for representativeness. And as for further investigations into representativeness, I'm also planning to work with a fellow in FDA's Indigenous Knowledge Fellowship Program to further investigate the notable gap in representation of American Indian and Alaska Native populations observed, since T2D disproportionately impacts this population in youth. There's more work to be done to further understand what can be done to address gaps in this area. Thank you so much for your attention. I've learned so much from you and this conversation that we've had together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I'm going to ask my co-moderator, Sue Rahman, to join me along with the panelists. So we actually have had close to 500 online participants, and we have a large number of questions we're triaging. So after the new panelists get a chance to introduce themselves, perhaps we can start with those questions while you consider whether you have additional questions for our speakers and panelists.
Perhaps we can go ahead and get started with introductions by Evita.
Hi, my name is Anvita, and I'm a pediatric patient representing ICANN, the International Children's Advisory Network. I personally am a pediatric patient, and I have IBD, and I am very passionate about advocating for patients and hope to continue that here.
Yes, please.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Martha Donahue. I'm a pediatric oncologist, and I am the Associate Director for Pediatric Oncology and Rare Cancers in the Oncology Center of Excellence, the FDA, and I just want to thank everyone for the conversation and for inviting me here today.
Good afternoon. My name is Lachelle Robinson, and I'm the Senior Director and Head of D&I and Clinical Research at Takeda Pharmaceuticals, where I lead the company strategy related to D&I and clinical research to make sure that we have proper representativeness in our clinical research trials.
Hello, everyone. I'm also with industry, colleague Lachelle. I'm Key. I'm a pediatrician. I work at Novartis. And prior to my current role, I've lived and worked in Asia, Europe, and the Middle East in public and private sector jobs. And I only say this because understanding that housing, transportation, insurance, language, visa, immigration status, navigating that as a moving target, I can only begin to understand that before attempting to understand clinical trials at the same time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Edwards. I work at the National Minority Quality Forum in our Center for Clinical and Social Research as the Director of Clinical Trials. National Minority Quality Forum, NMQF for short, is a health research, equity, and educational and advocacy organization.
And we're also joined online by Stephen. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, thanks very much. I'm Stephen Balovic. I'm a pediatric and adult rheumatologist at Duke University and a researcher at the Duke Clinical Research Institute. So I'm wearing my academia hat today and happy to talk about diversity in clinical trials. Thank you for having me.
Wonderful. So the first couple questions are actually directed to Rachel and Stephen. So the first question is, was the direct to family a global trial? Could you also comment on the overall monitoring and GCP compliance for such a trial?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Yes, this trial was only conducted in the United States, and largely because we were still working out a lot of the legal and regulatory implications, that I think are hinted at in your question. And what we learned when we were putting this trial together, just to ensure that we were meeting compliance and also staying within the state medical legal guidelines, we actually surveyed 15 different states in terms of what their telemedicine and telehealth laws were, because it wasn't totally clear to us that there's a line drawn in the sand between what we would call teleresearch versus telemedicine. And so that gets very complicated very quickly. And so for the sake of time, I won't go into details too much, but it was very important for us to try to navigate a lot of this gray area between what is the practice of medicine versus research across many states and what can be done virtually versus what requires an in-person visit. And so happy to answer more specific questions and tell you a little bit of the learnings that we had from a medical legal perspective. But it is a major challenge with virtual trials. And I think one of the things we can do moving forward is try to get some clarity, especially from state medical boards where there's some uncertainty. Dr. Randell, I don't know if you had any follow-up.
Just one additional comment. Who provided the in-home nursing visits? Was it one company, multiple companies? Were experienced pediatric nurses a requirement?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. So we did partner with a single company that that they had a network of both in-state physicians and in-state nurses throughout the country. And so we partnered with them, and they were able to provide home health nurses throughout all the states we were recruiting. For a decentralized trial, you don't necessarily need a registered nurse if all you're doing is, let's say, a blood draw, for example. But in our case, we were not only drawing blood, but we were facilitating a telemedicine visit. And so that required somebody with a medical background and some medical expertise, to be able to, auscultate the lungs, examine the joints, along with the physician. And so that's why in our case, we did use registered nurses in those states.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the in-person audience?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm enjoying the conference. It's for anyone, but particularly Dr. Heickman, you showed some great statistics about what you compared in the clinical trials versus what you compared, I think, in the real world, or what you actually, the comparison from what we had before to the representativeness of child clinical trials. Here's my question. My question is, it seems like you did a very good job. By the way, my name is Melva Covington. I represent Abundant Bible Church, as well as Agape Strategic Solutions, excuse me. Here's my question. Is it sufficient for us, especially from an FDA perspective, to be able to just say that we're able to collect data from patients that are at the right proportion? And I say this because we just conducted a study with PEPIN, People Empowering People for Inclusion Now, in which we surveyed people, diverse communities, and 20% of them were in clinical trials. When we asked them about the value of the clinical trials that they participated in, it decreased. So everyone, 100% said, I got in the trial, I understood what it was about, I got the even protocols. But when you asked them about the value that they had once they were through the study, then they were like, 55% said, I got no value out of it. So is just representation enough? Should we be looking at what then is the experience and using the experience that people have to not only develop the protocols and study designs, but to create the experience that people can use and understand and value as they go through these processes? What do you think?
I think that's an excellent question. I think that so my understanding, I believe that there is inherent value in representation in clinical trials beyond just proportionate representation, and it's, even though it's a goal to meet in terms of the disease, this is what the disease looks like. These are the people impacted by the disease. We need to make sure that the studies represent the people who are going to be treated so that they feel confident that the drugs are safe and effective in them. I think that there's questions beyond, can we achieve that by meeting those proportions? I think one of the earlier questions was, what is good? And I think that's really important to continue to communicate through these workshops, and I'd love to hear from the other panelists too. The other thing is, with these diversity action plans, they're in the phase of pre-implementation, so it's at this stage where public commentary and public feedback is crucial. And so there's several guidance documents that tell sponsors what our goals are, but there's also an opportunity here to figure out the best way to implement these strategies and to communicate those things. So really, I think that's a really great question, and I would love to hear the rest of the panelists' thoughts on it too.
I'll just say, I think,
Oh, there you go.
I'll just say, I think it was a great question as well. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of the history of colleges in the United States enrolling students of color and sometimes adding women to the student body without making any adaptations. They just expected those individuals to come in and flourish in the environment just as the prior students had. I think it's critical. In fact, what we're trying to do in these clinical trials is get information on this patient population. But as someone said already, we're also trying to bring this population into the world of drug discovery and drug development, as well as into the ecosystem of excellent healthcare and participation in utilization of these therapies when we develop them. So if you're going to do all of that, you really do need to make sure that you're creating an environment where these patients feel just as valued, just as respected, and they benefit just as much as other patients from this study. So I think it's a great point.
Martha, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, I was pondering the question because it has so many layers to it, and I would absolutely love to devote a whole workshop to questions like this, because I think, what you're asking goes beyond, it's simply, are we thinking about just looking at the numbers and really high-level numbers, and can we pat ourselves on the back if we look at the numbers and feel reassured by them? And I think, at a bare minimum, it is helpful to know, as a highest level target, or maybe the lowest bar, whether we're actually enrolling patients, with respect to diversity in a way that's equitable. But just looking at the numbers alone, and even those initial numbers, is just a start, because I think about our experience in pediatric oncology, where our data is relatively reassuring with respect to representativeness. When you look at race, we also find that in terms of reporting over the past 20 years in some of the studies, we see that we have huge holes in our data with respect to ethnicity. We're also not thinking about geographic distribution of patients, where, by and large, they tend to be, hugging the coast of the U.S. as opposed to more rural areas, thinking about socioeconomics and other factors. So I think the point you're bringing up by this provocative question, which is pretty easy to answer because I think most of us would say no, we can't say that's enough, is really important. And I think it's incumbent upon us not only to finish a trial, get the results, and kind of say, okay, let's move on to the next trial. I think it's also really important to do what you're implying, which is, and what you have done, is to ask patients and families, was this a valuable experience, going beyond whether the drug works, which of course we all want them to work, thinking about, was this a positive experience? Do you think it was worthwhile? And feeding that knowledge into future trial designs. And, I think it's integral to drug development for now and in the future that we are trying to take advantage of that input and incorporating that in the very early stages of future trials. So thanks for the question.
And I would just add, too, did it improve your experience or opinion of the healthcare ecosystem? Because when we look at one of the main challenges when we're talking about underrepresented populations is the lived treatment that we're getting in the interaction with healthcare providers, right? And that mistrust that exists. So I would also move a step forward. Did it improve your overall experience and outcome and your opinion of the healthcare system that we're dependent on to improve our health disparities?
Any other comments from the panel?
Thank you, Melva, for the question. I would also like to echo what the panelists said and add another question on top of that is, who defines benefit? So I think now that we have, this beautiful concept of equity of voice, it's actionable through the FDA policies. When we talk about risk benefit or burden benefit, maybe the definition also requires broader stakeholders to bring that into definition and perception of benefit.
Our next question was from the center of the room.
Hi, I'm Nasreen Sari. I'm about to be a panelist in a bit. I'm also a patient and community representative, and my question is mostly directed at Dr. Heickman. And It's sort of based off of, I just read an article published in 2023, which basically called for the need of inclusion of Middle Eastern and North African peoples in diabetes trials, basically citing that globally, that region, the Middle Eastern and North African region has the highest prevalence of diabetes in the world, but with the way that our government, I guess, and our systems characterize and categorize people, it's sort of an invisible group. And even we could see in a lot of the data that you were citing, I mean, it was a great presentation, but it didn't take that into account. So I guess what I'd ask is, I'm wondering what the perspective on this is in the field, or if there is even a perspective, are people aware of this issue and of this lack of representation? And I guess anybody who has experience can answer, but it was mostly directed at Dr. Heickman.
Yes, that's an excellent question too. And Dr. Christine Lee cited that there is a new OMB data collection standard. A lot of the limitations to these analyses that you can do have to do with the patient level reporting of their self-reporting, and that may be different culturally. It may change over time. People may identify in a different way. And so it sounds like the OMB standards they're changing to add North African and also Middle Eastern as a category, and then they're also allowing people to check multiple boxes and enter within American Indian the specific region they come from. And so we have more data, and so our ability to interpret it will become better. But you're right, we're working with data that was collected 10 years ago or eight years ago in the case of some of these studies. And we basically, how they decided to report that data in those trials are how we have to deal with it. But another portion of your question is that these are actually global studies, right? Like these diseases, we regulate them at the FDA in the U.S., and we advocate for our population of the U.S. to be represented within these trials, but you have to realize that they're also applying for these drugs to be studied worldwide, and so many of these are global efforts. So that's an excellent question. We advocate for our population, but we also oftentimes have bigger studies because they're global efforts, and that's a benefit, but you also have to consider, do some of the global populations represent our U.S. patients? And they may in some cases, but in some cases you develop more questions based on more data, which I think is exciting, but also it also unwraps another layer of onion, so thank you for that great question.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Actually, if I can add to the question that Nazarene posed, we had one question specific to Bella and Ted's presentation, which builds on this topic. Will patients enrolled in Africa be considered representative of African American patients in the U.S. to meet the enrollment goals and diversity plans? So maybe, Bella, you can get us started, and then I'm going to ask others to chime in as well. How do we determine whether patients from other countries are representative of U.S. populations?
I'm back here, but I'll let Ted start it, and I can add to Ted's thoughts.
You know, it's an interesting question. I don't think we actually had that particular discussion with the FDA. Sickle cell is somewhat unique. I think the bigger issue with sickle cell actually is the same issue that we encounter in cancer and other diseases, where the standard of care in that geography is very different than the US. And unfortunately, in sickle cell disease, unlike many of our cancers, prior to GBT, there weren't many differences, because we were basically just using hydroxyurea and occasionally transfusion. Most patients with sickle cell disease really were not on any kind of treatment for the underlying disease. So the ethnic issue, we didn't discuss. The treatment kind of differential, we did discuss with the FDA, and sadly, in many ways, the difference wasn't as dramatic as you might expect.
I just wanted to comment on the previous question in terms of being inclusive, Middle Eastern and North Africa. When we looked at GBT's study for sickle cell, we went where the patients were. And when we think about sickle cell, we'll think of the African descent, but we were also knowing that, or saw the data where Middle Eastern population was also impacted. So we were intentional about going to Egypt, Lebanon, and Oman. So even there were challenges there as well, but we really went where the data told us, where the patients are, and making an effort to recruit those participants. So I wanted just to kind of shout out to the question you had and really being intentional about where you're going and where the patients are recruited.
And maybe the other thing just the other thing to add scientifically is that sickle cell disease is a genetic disorder, and there are different genotypes. So we did look at the data also by genotype, whether you were SC, SS, S beta 0. So we looked at the genotypes, which probably are more important than your geography. But anyway, we looked at everything.
I think our next question was from over here.
Oh, good afternoon. I think my question is for Dr. Randell. Rachel, correct? With your study, you ran it, and it was a great benefit to kind of run it during the pandemic, unfortunately. Would you run it again now that the world is open in a more hybrid scenarios for a lot of people? I know during the pandemic, I had nothing but times to be at my house, and I specifically knew what time I would be out of my house. I still had to go on site, but I knew what specific 12 hours a day I would be gone, so I had nothing but time. I picked up a lot of habits and hobbies. And I have I guess it's like a three-part too. Did you also have scarcity issues with hydrochloroquine during the pandemic and people's perceptions of that due to news that was out there concerning that drug? And again, would you run this in a hybrid scenario to see if you would get the same participation and also the same lack of attrition?
Thanks for those questions, and just Stephen for, I'll take this one. So first off, well, it sounds like we had a lot of similar thoughts during 2020 to 2022-ish. In terms of the question of if I would do this outside of the COVID-19 pandemic, absolutely. So actually, this study was planned and designed well before the pandemic hit. And while most traditional research at Duke was basically shut down, put on pause, March 2020, we were able to launch the study a couple months later and really went without a hitch. There were 2 participant family members who had COVID during the study, but we found that because of the virtual design, we could offer them an option of just a video visit only type of study visit, or reschedule with a lot more flexibility than if they were traveling to a site. I thought, and I hope the data I shared with you today convinces you of this as well, but I thought the direct-to-family design worked really well, and our patients and their families really liked it. So I have actually 2 other direct-to-family studies that I'm currently working on, another one in lupus and another one in a juvenile idiopathic arthritis. So I'm really excited about the opportunities for this design. I think I forgot the third part of that question.
Did you have scarcity issues with
the medication?
With getting that specific drug?
Yeah.
And then what were people's perceptions, or did you take any feedback on people's perceptions of that drug per what was being dispersed in the news?
Oh yeah, great question. So fortunately, not an issue for this study. Hydroxychloroquine was already being prescribed by the participants, doctor or their healthcare provider per standard of care. This is a medication that is generally prescribed for a very long time for lupus. So the families who were in the study did not encounter the difficulties I think that you're referring to. And the timing occurred just far enough into the pandemic that the mad rush on the world's hydroxychloroquine supplies had kind of abated a little bit. So it wasn't an issue, but certainly great questions to think about for any type of direct-to-consumer, direct-to-family design. So we're not providing the study drug, which has some benefits, but it also relinquishes our control over being able to control the study drug and the supply and whatever else may happen. So in this sort of decentralized design, you do, that's just one example of different aspects of the trial that you're then decentralizing, putting into other people's hands to manage that are out of your control. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I know we have several questions in the audience, but I want to make sure we give our patient and community representatives a chance to speak as well. So you both have heard throughout the day perspectives on how to make trials more inclusive. But as a patient, what do you think are things that are key to making trials more inclusive? Maybe, Anvita, we can start with you, and then Christina, if you can chime in.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for the question. So I think the main thing is just making it available to people, making them aware that there are trials. I know for me personally, like, I knew what clinical trials were and that they were conducted, but I never knew if there was one for me, if there was one that would be the right fit for me. So kind of even just providing a guide on how can you figure out if, enrolling in a clinical trial is right for you. And then also kind of just making it more aware that there are trials out there that are looking for pediatric patients to enroll.
Thank you. Christina?
I'll talk about this a little bit in my presentation, but I think what I'll focus on is engaging with the community and making sure your approach is patient-centered. You always want to get their perspective. I think they are the bottom line, essentially. So just making sure they are, from protocol development, planning, that should be your focus, is the patient's perspective and what do they need, their wants.
Thank you.
I have one comment and then a question for the patients. I'm Jennifer McKenzie. I am a pediatric nephrologist that works at Boehringer Ingelheim as a pharmaceutical company. My first comment is about the diabetes example that you used for the diversity plan. I think that is an excellent example, and it was very cool to be able to see the overlay of what's happening in the trials versus what's happening in the United States. I work in a space where we do not have that data. I can tell you what's happening in southern Israel, but I can't necessarily tell you what the prevalence or incidence is in the United States or even globally. So I think that some of those other diseases that don't necessarily have that natural history data are going to struggle with coming up with diversity plans that mimic the population. My second question is for the patients on the panel. Pediatric academic centers are the primary places where we are able to do clinical trials. They're not everywhere, right? This is a very finite resource, and that's where most of the clinical trial sites are going to be for investigational drugs or devices. If you found out that you were eligible or might be eligible for a clinical trial that was distant to your site or not associated with your primary hospital, how willing would you be, or do you think your peers might be, to travel longer distances or see people that you are unfamiliar with in your treatment?
So for your first question, that's something that I've observed as well. I think that diabetes has benefited from the fact that has a rich data. There's rich data because of the fact that diabetes is so prevalent in adults. Pediatric diabetes community has benefited from that, but then also that the type 1 diabetes community and type 2 diabetes communities came together in terms of research and did the search studies. So they joined in order to create this data from a partnership with the CDC and the NIH, who recognized that it was an issue that was evolving. And so for rarer diseases, that's always a challenge in terms of getting that data. So I can just acknowledge that challenge, but I can't speak to it too much. And I know the question was for you next.
Yes, to answer your second question. So personally for me, I think traveling a little bit far for a clinical trial would really depend on two factors. First one is, what time of day is it? Is it during classes? Is it during a traffic time? Because a lot of these times, these centers are in big cities where traffic is a big factor than just the distance. And then also, how much is the trial going to benefit me? Is it more to make me feel better, or is it maybe like testing out some new imaging or something like that?
And just to add to that, I think it depends on the disease state, right? When we're speaking about type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes, it's a little more prevalent, but taking that to a rare case, I can speak from experience where we did have patients that boarded planes because they were going to the centers where the centers of excellence were, knowing that they would actually get better care, right? Because that person was a center of excellence, or that center was that physician. So I think there's a little bit of nuance with that. When there's a higher disease prevalence, maybe not as much willingness, but if it's a rare disease, we have seen patients and families really take leaps and bounds to get to clinical research. And I think we have to create our budgets and our contracts when we're talking about us as pharmaceutical companies to account for those nuances.
Thank you. Take the next question from this side of the room.
Hi, Dr. Ann McMahon from the FDA. This is a question for Drs. Randell and Balovic. My question is, and maybe I missed this, it's possible that I missed this, but I wondered whether it was possible that this model of providing care is going to be something that is way too expensive for anyone to ever do, or whether it's possible that routinely this type of thing could actually be done.
That's a great question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks very much for that question. So I think you hit on a very important point, which is these decentralized trials really hinge very closely on technology. Technology is really that key underpinning. We have to be able to reach, families in their homes where they are. That requires, not only telemedicine software, but all these decentralized, protocols and nurses and centralized IRBs. And so that infrastructure can be expensive. But one of the great things about technology is that it can become less expensive over time. And so it really, this is I think, a model where with the right investment in academia and industry and regulatory sort of partnerships, that cost can be driven down. And I think it could become a regular model. But I'll pass the mic to virtually pass the mic to Dr. Randell.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, I wish I could answer that question in like 3 years from now, because the current project that I'm working on is to try to replicate the things that went well in iPersonal on an NIH K-23 research budget, which is much smaller. But for example, instead of paying a home health nurse to travel to families' homes, maybe we can try something like a self-collected blood sample that the participant and their family can do at home and simply ship back to us, just as an example of some areas where we could take lessons learned from this type of trial and try to replicate them at cheaper, or maybe in something that's like a hybrid between a traditional site-based and a fully virtual trial.
Thank you.
How about from the center of the room?
Yeah, Heidrun Hildebrand from Bayer again. Also a question or maybe comment to the decentralized trials. I think that's a great example, and as I come from Bayer, we also work with you on some of decentralized activities, but mainly in the phase 4 or in the observational study arena. And I think also what you showed here is a clinical trial, but more in a phase 4 setting. And I think the challenges might be a little bit higher when we go to pivotal studies. But I also think that decentralized technology is a great thing, and it is not black and white. Because we in industry, I think most of the companies in the room do that in the meanwhile. We use certain elements of decentralization to go specifically into pediatric studies where we do a part of it. But our learning is also that there are high challenges with investigators because they don't want to be our technology hub. So instead, getting the patients, they do the work. And we also have families who tell us they want to get out of some of these decentralized activities because for them the burden is even higher than going into the center and have the doctor managed everything, or the nurse, the study nurse managed everything. So I think it's a fine balance what we have to do. I think it's a great future, but it's a great balance, and especially if I look to the sickle cell example, going into regions outside of Europe or US, or even in some of the European regions, you may not have the data infrastructure to do that. So I think it's a fine line.
Thank you so much. Maybe a question to Martha, and there's a second aspect that's industry specific. So maybe Lachelle and Key, if you can take that. So the question is, does the FDA foresee requiring sponsors to develop formal diversity action plans as an adjunct to pediatric study plans? And the second question is, what is the current experience with industry, including pediatric diversity plans or plans to include diverse populations within the pediatric study plans?
Okay. Thank you for the question. So if I'm understanding it correctly, you're asking whether FDA anticipates requiring diversity action plans as part of the pediatric study plans that are part of our requirements under PREA that Dr. Heickman had spoken of earlier. I can't speak for FDA in that sense. And also, coming from oncology, the scope of most of our pediatric study plans are limited to phase 1-2 development, whereas the diversity action plan guidance really speaks mostly to phase 3 development. So would I like to be able to require them? Absolutely, in oncology. But short of having a requirement, I will tell you that when we're reviewing our initial pediatric study plans that are coming into oncology, we are asking those questions. We are saying, please describe and tell us how you are anticipating, enrolling a representative population. Please speak to the sites that you're going to enroll. Is your trial going to be run through a cooperative group? How are you going to assess whether you're achieving representativeness? So we are asking those questions, and we're asking for answers and reviewing them as part of our review. Having said that, and I think it goes to some other questions that others have alluded to, these are generally smaller studies, 60-patient studies, rare cancers, rare subsets of rare cancers. And so, I personally don't want to add additional impediment to efficient conduct of those trials, but it's a balance. And I think part of achieving our mutual goals is really to make sure people are thinking about this and doing, what's right to try to the best of our ability, ensure representativeness to the population that has access to these trials. Because parents of pediatric patients and pediatric patients themselves with cancer, they are loud and clear telling us how important it is that they have access.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start and then open to Lachelle. So I think, so the question on, sponsors and diversity and pediatric trials, I think it's multifaceted. And it comes back to the principle that we approach pediatrics with is, before we go into a vulnerable population, is there a prospect of direct benefit to that population? And are we doing everything to reduce the investigational risk and investigational burden as much as feasible? I think we heard really good approaches on that earlier today. Data science, real-world evidence. And then the other thing is, when we have no other option but to do a randomized or a prospective study, does that study answer the research question? So are we able to generate the data that conclusively gives us and the regulatory decision makers information on the drug's efficacy, safety, is this the right dose? So there's a lot of uncertainty. And I think one thing that I want to highlight just historically in terms of the R&D ecosystem, there was a time not too long ago where data for drug development was mostly men. So we changed that. Then there was women, and then it was mostly adults. And then we changed that, and then there was children. So I think my point is we are equipped to do this. I don't think that we have the answers to, we don't have all the answers, but we are equipped. And then the other part of that is
there have been some real-life success stories. So also, Lachelle and I were talking, so some of this, you know, you'll hear from her also. During the COVID pandemic, there was a public-private partnership to look at repurposed medicines for COVID. And one of these studies, the ACTIV-6 study, actually met and exceeded its diversity target. This was not in pediatrics, but it did that through real-time monitoring and pivoting for engagement. And on that one, for the public-private partnership side, it elevated all stakeholders' voice, including community and patients, so that community and patients also had access to review trial metrics and suggest how to pivot and meet diversity targets. So that was a very recent win, and it was something that I just wanted to share, and I'll turn it over to Lachelle.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to celebrate these successes because, as you mentioned, progress has come. I mean, obviously there's more work to do, but I think it's important to highlight that. And also with proactive planning. So there was a question about whether diversity action planning can actually work. And with proactivity and starting from the very beginning, that always sets you up for success when you're thinking with the end in mind and you have at least something to start with. We had great examples during the COVID-19 pandemic across multiple companies where we actually saw them meet trial metrics, because there was a concerted effort and there was even real-time pivoting. And going back to one of the calls on the diversity action plan is around trial management. How are you actually going to monitor the metrics? And I can't underscore the importance of looking at those metrics in real time to make real-time decisions. So for example, really vetting your sites from the very beginning and not only looking at what they're reporting is their patient population, but does that actually match the zip code? And does that match the historic trial data? Because for a lot of these clinical sites, they've participated in our clinical trials before. And that can tell you a lot about cultural competency training that may need to be in place, or even helping them with community engagement if there's a lack of representation in the actual practice. And then taking it one step further, when the trial is actually enrolling and looking at those metrics in real time to see who's enrolling as you expected, and if not, approaching those sites. A perfect example that we were speaking about was there was a site that really said that they were doing great with diversity. And that was part of the reason that we actually selected this particular site for participation. But as we were watching during the trial, and I was asked to approach that particular site to get best practices, I noticed that it was like 90% white participants. Oh, there's a problem. So in reaching out to that investigator, they were not even aware that that was their enrollment. And as we had a further discussion, we mentioned, oh, you know, I don't think I ever got this Spanish ICF. In addition to that, she also mentioned, I also don't remember us getting those materials that were translated into multiple languages that you mentioned. We don't have those. This is all word of mouth. And so that real-time engagement and actually having an action, it becomes extremely important. And so, again, proactive planning, but also having a center that's monitoring those metrics in real time so you can make those decisions and pivot as needed can really set you up for success in meeting those metrics. And also is the reason why you need a plan.
Thank you. We have reached our time, but please join me in thanking our panel very much for an excellent discussion.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break and reconvene at 2:15. Pediatrics and maternal health.
All right, thank you. While people are coming up, I'll just quickly introduce myself. Yes, I'm Carla Epps. I'm a pediatrician with the Division of Pediatrics and Maternal Health here at FDA. Really thrilled to be part of this meeting. Let's see, do we have everybody who's going to be in this panel? Come on up, folks. Come on up. All righty, I think we have everybody up here. What I'm going to ask, I'm going to get started with the questions. What I'm going to ask is everybody to just introduce yourselves when you speak, and hopefully we'll start with the folks that haven't had a chance to speak yet today. Let me just start off before we get into the questions. So this panel discussion is on community engagement and trust. And I was struck by the conversations this morning about things we are doing and that we could do better, that included things like keeping a track of, who is involved in the trials, using things like extrapolation and AI that speak a lot to headcount. And that's some really important quantitative information. But then I heard later on discussions about what was the value and what was felt like to be in a trial. And I guess I'm going to start off by saying, as a member of a couple minority populations, with all the multi-ethnicity we have in our country, being a part of a group or community doesn't mean you feel included. And I'll say that just as a physician. And there's still times when, yes, I've got, the degrees and everything. That doesn't mean that people make me feel included in that community. And so I think it's important to talk about how we measure people feeling not a part of a trial, but included in a trial. That's a very different thing. So on that note, and it's a hopeful note, I think, let me get started with the questions with folks. So the first question I want to ask you all around community engagement and trust is, what does the word community mean to you? And who has not had a chance to speak yet? Has everybody had a chance? No. So let's start first. Go ahead, introduce.
You want us to introduce?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Billy Kipp. I'm an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe, and I'm an indigenous child psychologist.
Hello, I am Nasreen Sari. I'm here as a patient and community representative. I've had some experience, with various different positions as a patient. And I'm here representing various different groups.
Hi everyone, I'm Sneha, and I am a patient and also the executive director at Generation Patient.
Hello everyone, my name is Latoya Williams. I am the community clinical director at Inside Edge Consulting Group, which is a healthcare consulting firm, and we bridge the community with underserved communities and biopharmaceutical companies. I'm also serving as a pediatric patient from the past with lived experience and how it's translating into my adult experience.
Good afternoon. My name is Invita, and I'm here as a patient representative and on behalf of ICANN, the International Children's Advisory Network.
Thank you. So, Dr. Kipp, maybe you could start us off, because I don't think the group has had a chance to hear from you about what the word community means to you.
Well, I think community is defined by where you come from and what group you're with. And so for me, community means tribal community. And tribal community is a collection of folks who have same beliefs, practices, and value systems. And oftentimes in tribal communities, and that's where I'm going to speak from, is we're very closed systems. So we're on reservations, we're very isolated, very rural. And just to show you how important closing a closed system like that is to medical health, when the COVID came and start wiping people out, the tribes across the nation start closing their borders, because you have a collective people who live there and who have been there generations. There's generations of people at home on my residence, and so they start closing their borders in order to help mitigate COVID coming into the reservation. I also did a study for Johns Hopkins at that time to see why our folks weren't getting vaccinated, even though it was having horrendous effects in our tribal communities. And it was our younger people in that study that said, we don't trust the government. We don't trust what they're giving us is what we need. We suspect that we are guinea pigs for the government. So again, back to that trust and the effects on closed communities and tribal communities is very prevalent and very systematic, and we have to protect ourselves in ways that are maybe not seen as very healthy, but they're a rudimentary response to
an overwhelming pandemic in our tribal people. We've been there and done that. We've had smallpox. We've had, all those things that wiped out 3/4 of our tribe. So it was a very traumatic response that you've seen tribes do. So our community, our tribal communities, almost every tribal community closed their borders. So that is how it can affect health and health outcomes.
Hi. So for me, I think sort of similarly, community means, it's anything, any sort of shared value system, belief system, or shared experiences that can tie a group of people together. And for me, that's a lot of things. That's the Iranian American community. That's the transgender or LGBTQ community. And I think as we communicate and exist within our communities, that sort of, again, building off of what you said, it is this trust and it is this level of connection that we have with each other that I think is valuable not only in a social and personal sense, but also when we're talking about things like healthcare. Yeah.
Yeah, just to build off of that too, I think for our young adult patient community, a big thing is about trust is people of the same age and the same sort of generation in a lot of ways. So I think a lot of our community, like if we have a parent telling us something, I think someone earlier said, don't tell Gen Z what to do, and I think that rings really true. You can tell them like how to think, but not like create that forced opinion. So for my community, it's very much like, are we at the same age? Do we have the same like quote unquote vibe? And so I think that all plays like a huge role in disease management and acceptance and identity formation, particularly when you're young and sick and you don't, see other folks your age having to be part of hospital systems or take lots of medications, that sort of thing. So, yeah.
To continue building off this conversation, the word community means to me the body of connection. During a very profound conversation I had recently, this person said to me that outside of your mother's womb, the community becomes your womb. And that resonated with me because the womb provides a nurturing environment. And if I had to add to that statement, the community should become the body in which we stay connected to be nourished and fed. A healthy, thriving community means that people should feel a sense of belonging and connected to others who make up this body. So whether it be through relationships or shared experience where we live, work, and play, and even congregate virtually, we have to address this issue of isolation in our communities. If we think back hundreds, thousands of years ago, communities, tribes, they relied on one another for survival. And today's America is only widening the gap. And this isolation should definitely be looked at as one of the social determinants of health.
To me, I think there's kind of two types of communities. There's one that's already established, based on maybe what medical condition you have or race, ethnicity, things like that. And then the other community is the one that you build. It's the support system that you build for yourself and the people that, how you can rely on or have been in your shoes. And they're the people that will always be there for you.
Thank you so much. Actually, then I want to ask a follow-on question about that. LaToya, you mentioned it. I actually had a sidebar earlier with Dr. Kipp talking about isolation, or a word that Dr. Kipp used was segregation of an individual from their community. Did you all have any comments about that?
I think it's really critically important when we look at clinical trials and we're looking at one member of a community that has that disease or that disorder, and we remove them, we extrapolate them from the community to engage in clinical trials. We haven't looked at the collective of that community. So if you come into the reservation and you take a child and you say they're going to get clinical trials, but you don't explain to auntie and uncle and the tribe this is what's going to happen, and this is how they got access, then you've eliminated a sustainability community that they're going to return to. And I think of Mrs. Burgess, or you and your son got this, but people weren't happy about it for us. And so, you know, if we're not working with the community around clinical trials, the propensity to sabotage, the propensity to feel like, oh, I'm embarrassed because I got this and so-and-so didn't get it, and to be treated differently by your community. So if we don't do that community education and that community engagement and let the community know this is what's happening, here's some education around it, here's a town hall, here's whatever, then to create that understanding for communities that haven't had access historically and have never had access. Then you create strengths, you create sustainability, and you create a community to hold those people as they get well.
I'll add to that. In my introduction, I alluded that I was a pediatric patient, and I had very complex health issues as a child that has followed me into adulthood. And sadly, the systemic issues that existed for me as a pediatric patient still exist for me as an adult. I think back to the year 1991. I was all of 13 years old and discovered a breast lump the size of an egg. And during that time frame, I also experienced both of my grandmothers passing away from breast cancer just 8 months apart. So that was extremely unusual, and also I look at it as a missed opportunity for my pediatrician and network of providers to discuss the option of considering me for a pediatric trial as another source of care. And interventions could have happened earlier that may have changed the trajectory of my disease, as I'd later be diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer as a young adult. I was misdiagnosed at 29, accurately diagnosed at 30 because I was not being heard, taken seriously, even with my history of finding that breast lump at the age of 13. And the feeling I remember was how isolated my parents felt, my family felt. In the early 90s, social media didn't exist. The internet did not exist as we know it today. And I wouldn't dare tell my peers at the age of 13 that I just had breast surgery. So this history has led to me and having this lifelong career in research at a community level. And community-based engagement is only now gaining traction, and few drug developers have the vision and support to support this paradigm shift. So the innovative work that I do at Inside Edge Consulting Group, I'm leading a team across the country, boots on the ground, and we're focused at a community level to enhance participation in clinical trials in an intentional way to educate, demystify, and co-create with these communities health solutions that leads to higher enrollment in clinical trials.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that and what Dr. Kipp was saying about community engagement and trust building. I think the way that it's done needs, at least in our community, needs to come from a lens of peer support and really providing that basis of, like, first, this is a place where you come to support each other and to seek support and to understand your condition and the way that your identity has shifted with that condition. And then we can talk about things like clinical trials, which feel like very sterile and often long removed topics from the actual everyday experience of being a patient. So we do 6 peer support meetings per month at Generation Patient, and we did one, I think, last year focused on clinical trials and just like an open discussion about it. And I think the fact that this group has been meeting, like some of them have came for over 300 peer support meetings at this point, but they're able to ask questions in a way that are very much centered on their experience. And I think that's how you start to build community and to build that trust, is not coming in as a lens of, here, let's talk about clinical trials, but let's talk about your experience first and get to know you as a person and then talk about trials. So, yeah.
Just to add on a little bit to what Sneha said, I think in the pediatric population and our generation, there's a little bit of stigma around like talking about chronic medical conditions, and that's when you feel that that community is not necessarily there for you, or there's not a sense of trust, and that's when you kind of start to find a different group of people that are supportive and where there's a little bit less stigma about talking about healthcare conditions.
Go ahead.
I just want to, build off of what everyone else has said around the sort of isolation aspect, where I think, especially when you are from a diverse perspective, whether that be an ethnic or racial minority or gender diverse or of a certain sexual orientation or anything, there's already a level of isolation that you're exposed to within your community. And then if you have a chronic illness or if you are undergoing any sort of long-term or short-term treatment, that just, it compounds on itself, and it creates really difficult mental health situations for patients who are already having difficulties with their medical health.
Well, I would love to ask a follow-on question along those lines, and it has to do, as maybe not so eloquently worded, but it has to do with values, cultural values within a particular community. And then what I'm hearing, there's some values that may work to be supportive in one particular community you identify with, but there may be some that you feel are not supportive for your particular situation from a particular community, and you belong to not just a single. I don't think anybody belongs to a single community. So my question is, why is it important for researchers to be aware of these values for a particular community? And can you maybe give an example of, why this is so important?
So I'll start. As you know from numerous shout-outs from Christine, we are the recipients of a REACH contract. And what we've looked at and what we found is we've looked across several Indian reservations across the United States, and our impetus has been to work with tribal colleges. Because tribal colleges are the repository for education and any intellectual property within that tribe. And our early findings, and actually we already wrote one article about this, indicate that as Native folks, that there are values, cultural values around blood draws. There's cultural values around taking hair samples and blood samples. There's cultural values around tattoos, and this varies among tribes. And so if we as interventionists, as try to engage a community, we have to be aware that there is going to be some historical trauma related to the medical model of systems. And we got to put that in perspective. When we look at Indian country, now that's where I'm going to speak from, is Indian country is dependent on a socialized medical model called Indian Health Service. It was ceded to us from the government for our lands. Remember, we got education, health, and welfare, right? Oh, yeah, that worked really great. So we've got the highest disease, lowest college attainment rates, all those things. But the issue is the system has set us up to distrust it because IHS is severely underfunded. So it's either life or limb with IHS. There's no intervention. There's no prevention. It's like, are you going to die? Okay, we'll send you out. I'm working with the tribe now on medical device systems for diabetes, and the tribe told me we can't afford it. So here's what we do. We have a committee. If the person's on 2 insulins, then they might get a medical device. If the person has several emergency room, then they might. So that's where we're at. We're at the Hunger Games in Indian country for good medical care. And we're talking here about intervention for our children for access to clinical trials. When we found that we've got to start at the basic with our people around education, around listening to fears, around helping understand those fears, and then moving forward. You can't, it's imperative that you can't go into a community that has been traumatized by a medical model and say, here's some more medical model that we don't know if it's going to work or not. So that's why we got to develop those paraprofessional pathways. We partner with community health workers, promotoras, community health, we call them community health representatives, to deliver the message, because they're the auntie who sits across the table and tells grandma, you know, it's time for you to check your device, and tells the grandkids, don't let grandma have these potato chips, right? And so that community model has not occurred in clinical trials. And that's what we're trying to move forward with our pieces of research, is we got to engage the community through community-based participatory research in an equitable model of service and collaborative care.
First of all, I have to say I absolutely agree with what was just said. I think especially in a pediatric space, you have to engage, you know, parents or caregivers or community in a way that is actually meaningful, and then they're based off of their values. And values differ across not just different communities, but different subsectors within those communities, and then different people. And so when you're, you know, when you're modeling these things, when you're designing a clinical trial, or when you're in a research team and you're trying to understand the values of a group of people, you have to actually get in there and listen to their values. You can't just say, well, we're going to take into consideration the values of what we think this group believes in. Because members of that group are multifaceted. I'm multifaceted. You might take, you know, me as an example and say, okay, this person's ethnic background is from a majority Muslim country, and so, you know, this person's values are going to be highly religious. And, you know, maybe whatever preconceived notions come along with that. But then when you come onto my level, my values could differ from whatever your assumptions are. My values could be more based around my experience as a transgender person, and you know, moving through life with that sort of label, especially when it's a highly politicized sort of thing. And so understanding what that person on an individual level, and then a family level, and then a community level, understanding what the patients have gone through, and then understanding where their values come from, I think is really vital. And then using that when you're effectively, hopefully effectively, communicating with their families and communities.
I was just really quickly going to add to that, too. I think one of the things that we have heard a lot from our community about is the hesitancy to approach topics that can feel very sensitive, like sexual and reproductive health. And I think even when we're thinking about pediatric patients, these are really important topics to bring up in a way that's sensitive to the individual cultural backgrounds of the person, but also creating room for questions to be asked in a way that doesn't feel, I think, interventional in a bad way, if that makes sense. Anyway, to the family. So I think that is like the biggest thing, is that we don't sometimes know how to ask about these things, and so being able to create opportunities for those pathways, but also for explicit discussion of that. So just really quickly, for example, too, we developed a sexual and reproductive health, like, checklist type of thing for physicians to ask for young adult patients about questions that they might have. So I think these are really great opportunities to really bring people in and get their questions asked that they might otherwise be scared to.
I got to say that I'm really impressed with these young voices on this panel.
Yeah.
The brilliance that they're bringing to this conversation is something that I applaud, because when I think about values and I think about my own family, I had to be that generational curse breaker. I have 2 grandmothers that passed from breast cancer, one from the Deep South, one from the Caribbean that immigrated to the U.S. And they had the same mindset that we don't talk about disease or the big C in the family. So they tried to self-medicate until it got to the point they were already at stage 4. It was too late. And I did not want that for my life because in my young mind, cancer equaled death. So I became that voice. I became that outspoken component and representative of my family. I check in with my family. You know, we need to know our family history, especially when it comes to genetic testing. When I did genetic testing after my diagnosis, I realized beyond my grandmothers, I don't know my family history. I can't tell you what my grandfather passed of. I can't tell you what type of cancer my uncle passed of. That's not okay because then that skewed the results of your genetic testing. So we can't be silent about this. Sometimes we have our cultural values, but when it comes to health, we have to be intentional in knowing our family history.
I'm just adding on to what the other panelists have said. I think that when the study investigator or whoever is conducting the clinical trial is aware of these cultural values, you're able to facilitate that communication better, and I think it overall improves the experience for everyone because it's more accommodating and it makes you feel almost more appreciated for being a part of the trial.
Yeah, can I just say, to add on to just how phenomenal you are, younger folks, which means everybody up here, compared to me, are on this, is that when you're talking about isolation or talking about where there's sort of unconquerable subjects, you all are here talking about them, which is huge. There's in other realms that I won't go into, people who won't talk about things that need to be talked about, who are a lot older than you are. So I commend you. I hope you continue. This is not the end of this discussion, but I just want to bring that out because it begs the question, and when we're talking about teaching or learning about values, who's going to lead that teaching? And my suggestion would be folks like you all, because you have the nuances about these things. It's not black and white what it means for a chronic disease at a young age means, what you may or may not choose as a gender or sexual identity means for somebody. These are things that we old folks maybe we just don't get it. So that's what I wanted to say about that. So moving on along that then, what are steps that institutions, and I had on my list industry and academic, but I'm going to say a bunch of institutions. They can be community institutions such as, churches, synagogues, mosques, institutions. What steps can they take to build and maintain trust between members of a community and researchers, clinical trial folks? So y'all have at it.
I think if we used more the community-based participatory research model that has been developed by Dr. Wallerstein and Dr. Isabel, and her name's fading me because I've been a practitioner of CBPR ever since going into research because it's really not, it's really an equitable model. If you look at CBPR, it's an equitable model of engaging communities in dialogue around what does this mean to you. And sometimes it's a basic question of how does culture play. So we've already done this among several tribes around clinical trials in gene therapy. And what we're finding at this present moment, real time, is that Native folks don't understand clinical trials. They want to know more before they make the decision. And so what a lot of the tribal colleges have said and tribal leaders have said is we want curriculum. We want people to come to our isolated reservation in whatever part of the country and talk with us about that. And we want people who look like you, meaning me, because I did the focus group. So those things are critical, and I'm not trying to be ethnocentric, but our people have to have trust. And their levels of trust isn't from the MD and the white coat, because that hasn't worked well for us, maybe not. But it's not removing them too. It's the pairing of them in a relationship base. That this is research, and we're trying to find out what's best for you. How can that work for you? What won't work? And we even ask the question, who will you talk to think if you're going to take a clinical trial? We had medicine people who were concerned about how do clinical trials mesh with our traditional medicines. These are critical needs that tribal communities ask and need response to, but we need to treat them and be with them. It's not equitable. It's not clinical trials on us. It's clinical trials with us. And that means us, that means the researchers, that means the docs, that means the interventionists. We become the us. But if you keep saying it's, oh, we're bringing this to you as a gift, no, it's about with us, because we can do that and extrapolate people for a clinical trial, but they have to return to the community. And the community is the community that will heal them. And so we're leaving out the healing part for our people.
I think as a patient, there's a couple things that I would want to see with these institutions. The first one is just transparency, like being transparent about why a test is being done or why a study is being prolonged or shortened, and just being kept up to date through like standard communication about what's going on, like how's the research data of the study going, and maybe like an overview of the next steps. And then I think the other thing is like leading into that is facilitating communication and just being informed that a lot of the times in pediatric studies, it feels like the investigators or whoever is facilitating the study is talking directly to the parents and sometimes like bypassing the pediatric patient. So like obviously with taking age group into account for maybe like patients above the age of 10 to 12, incorporating them into the conversation with them being the main focus as opposed to the parents. And since parents are the ones that are consenting, they obviously have a lot of questions and want to know a lot about the study. But I think it's also important that the students' questions are addressed first, because from personal experience, a lot of times at a healthcare office or at the doctor's office, you know, parents get through their list of questions with the doctor, and by that time, it's either, you know, been a while or you forget what the question is. And so I think it's important to address pediatric questions and concerns just as much as parents.
I agree, absolutely. And I'd say it doesn't even necessarily have to be 10 to 12. I think that at any age, a pediatric patient has to be included in that conversation. And I think beyond that, it has to be in effective language. It has to be communicated in a way that people can understand, whether that pertains to age or preferred language or anything. It has to be in a way that people can latch on to and they can really understand what's about to happen. Because especially with these clinical trials, it's their lives and it's their quality of life that is in the hands of these doctors. And if they don't fully understand what's going on, then that's not truly informed consent, to be honest. And then beyond that, I think that in terms of building trust, it can't just be about, you know, going and telling a community what the information is. That's an important aspect. But it also has to be, I think, it was called bidirectional before. It has to come from both sides, because I think just as important as disseminating accurate information is understanding what that community needs specifically. And then beyond that, taking actual action on it and not just, you know, saying, okay, we've heard you, because that's an important first step. But then it's taking action to demonstrate trustworthiness. So, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think about with this question for institutions in particular is, are you taking steps to deserve that trust and deserve the engagement? One of the just personal frustrations that I've had is I really struggle to get access to data. So like when I was looking at a multidisciplinary review, I saw a lot of information redacted. And whether that's academic in confidence, commercial in confidence data, that is not my problem to solve. But the problem is that as a patient, how am I supposed to trust when all this is, when information that I want to know is redacted? How am I supposed to trust when the medication that I'm being a part of for this trial is not affordable? How am I supposed to trust when long-term safety data is not available as a young person who has decades to go through for life? So I think these are some broader questions that need to be addressed when we're thinking about building diverse populations in clinical trials, especially for the next generation of patients who are going to need this data and need this information.
Thank you. Let me ask you a follow-on question on that. When you're talking about bi-directionality and or that's a word. So, who was it? Dr. Lee this morning said, "No more word clouds." So no more word clouds. But about the patients, taking leads and things. What are areas you consider really important that gives the patients? Well, let me back up for 1 second. Let me just say, as a now decades-long pediatrician, I agree 200% that a child of any age can tell you what they want or how they feel, even including nonverbal kids. If they don't trust you, you know it. If they're not happy with it, you know it, whether they can say a word or not. So, soliciting information from the patient and the parents too, but that's huge. I think people forget that. But what are sort of really important areas of empowering the patient in this process? And even a pre-question is, when is all this supposed to take place? When are these activities taking place? As the protocol is being developed, is it something to plan for, a couple years from now, we'll have stuff in place so we can have a trial in our area? So those are two questions for you.
I think that as we look at the development of research, what we've done, and I'll just use what we've done as an example, is we've included the tribal colleges in the questions of the focus groups. Will this fit here? Does this work? And then we did reiterations, So we went back to FDA, and FDA said, well, we need to know this. And so we did that community engagement, or even around the development of the focus group question. And so those methods of empowerment are really systematic through focus group, but they're relationship-based. So we all know, all the docs sitting here, that people don't get better unless they believe they're going to get better, right? People don't get better unless the doc has a trusting relationship with that person. So why is it then that we look at clinical trials and extrapolate instead of developing those critical relationships? And we don't have to do it. We have to have people in the community, paraprofessionals, community health workers, who can also do that and then follow up on assessing, did they take their medicine today? Did they do this? But we've got to engage the community in a system that's been very keen on eliminating communities and individualized treatment. I, as a clinical psychologist, have recognized the need that even in individual therapy, I still will go into the community and provide community information on mental health around depression and anxiety and historical trauma, because the community has to support the movement of wellness in the communities. The World Health Organization defines a healthy community this way. A healthy community is when the health is at the local level. And a local level means cultural and language level that the local folks can understand. None of the jargon. I'm going to finish this by honoring my mother. in what not to do. My mother died when she was 96 years old. I lived on the reservation for quite a while with my mother, and then I returned to become the tribal college president. And as she was dying, she had a little file at Indian Health about this thick. And she would get sick. And I would tell her, come on, Mom, let's go to the hospital. And she'd say, no, Billy, I'm not going there, because they talk to me like I'm stupid. And she wouldn't go. So we can't jargon people. We have to talk with them in language that they can understand. We have to talk with their networks in other languages that we understand, and we have to engage the community for better health outcomes.
So when it comes to trust, I no longer have blind trust. Defining conversations is how I seek out trust, accountability, and build connections. And it was a recent visit to my GI doctor, and I realized that I'm still dealing with implicit bias. I've been seeing this doctor for 5 years now. We've built a rapport, but I just asked him during my recent visit, I said, why haven't you recommended me for a clinical trial? Is it because the visits are always rushed, or you don't think I would agree to it, or maybe you just don't know enough in how to direct me towards a trial? So, you know, he's a Caucasian man, and he kind of stopped in his tracks, but then said, you know what, thank you for asking me that question, because it's all of the above. Then he got excited to tell me about a TED Talk that the hospital recently did, and he wanted me to watch the video. So I want to speak to my non-scientific audience. Allow yourselves to ask questions. Give yourself that permission, because questions are more transforming than answers. And questions, unlike answers, demand that engagement that we need for that transparency. I don't know if young people say, I like people to keep it real with me. You know, I want to hear those unpopular answers, because that's how I build trust.
And just going a little bit to the aspect of where pediatric patients can kind of use their voice, I think kind of giving feedback at every stage in the developmental process of the clinical trial, you know, asking a focus group of patients that includes ones who might potentially be in that clinical trial, but also ones who would not, and kind of just getting feedback that, you know, this is a clinical trial, this is why it's being conducted, and this is what it's planned out. There's these tests and these study visits, and how do you think we could make this more comfortable and more accommodating to the target age group? And I think that would help build trust, also just knowing from a patient standpoint that my peers have provided feedback and kind of reviewed that study and made it more accommodating for this population.
I was just going to say, I said in the previous panel, but I really do think that patients have the ability and capability to be equal contributors to the entire process. And last year, we published 8 peer-reviewed journals or publications, all of which had a young adult patient as a first author, and majority were drafted by young adult patients. So I think there's a real opportunity to shift the way that we think about including patients, to really ensure that they have part of the leadership of the trial design, the protocol, and what comes after. And I think that's a way to get that integrated feedback of lived experience throughout the cycle and really give ownership. Like, we trust you as an equal partner. We want to give you authorship. We want to give you that same opportunity as we would someone with a PhD or MD, whatever that looks like too.
Sure, I think a lot of the ideas that have been discussed have been really good, and I specifically want to talk about what Anvita was saying, where it's like, it has to be throughout every stage. It has to be a consideration from the beginning and from planning the clinical trial. Because if there's not a space for groups where there typically isn't a space, then how are they supposed to start trusting in these institutions? And then, sort of like LaToya was saying, I think that the transparency aspect, and also Billy Joe, yes, sorry, your name is right there. That the transparency aspect is really vital, because if you're using this jargon, or if you're just, throwing around slogans or language that we can't necessarily understand, based off of generational divide or based off of any sort of anything that could cause a difference in language, then trust starts to break down. Because I think that when we start to hear, slogans, it feels like something's being sold. And I think that when something's being sold, then we're less likely to trust it. So yeah.
Wow. So on that, I hope you all took notes. Because I think it's pretty much all there. So I'm just going to thank you, wonderful panel, and pass it on to the next. Go straight into the next. Yeah. No, it's okay. My apologies, folks. I'm abdicating my responsibilities. Let me introduce the next part of the program. So this is going to be three presenters on best practices that help children and families to stay in clinical trials. So we'll have Tamara Lewis, who's chair at the Pharmacology and Pharmacogenetics in Hospitals for Sick Children, and that's in Toronto, I believe. Christina Edwards will follow as, and she's Director of Clinical Trials at the National Minority Quality Forum, and then Pooja I'm going to slay your name, Umaratia, who is Assistant Professor in Pediatric Hematology Oncology at UT Southwestern, UT. So I'll let those guys go ahead and those ladies take over, and thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as mentioned, there's three of us who are going to speak in the next 45 minutes, and really our goal is to share different perspectives about how to help families start and stay in clinical trials. So as mentioned, my name is Tamara Lewis. I'm a physician and a scientist from Sick Kids in Toronto, and my talk is about strategies to combat structural racism, how we can improve diversity in pediatric clinical trials. So today, in 15 minutes, I hope we can discuss how structural racism can impede a family's ability to enroll and to stay in clinical trials, and to speak about potential solutions that can help us combat structural racism specifically as a barrier for optimizing clinical trial enrollment and participation. So I think I'm speaking to the choir here, but it's always helpful late in the day to ground ourselves in why we're here and why this is so important. So we know that different demographic groups have variations in health outcomes, disease prevalence, and response to our treatments. And by increasing diversity in our trials, we can better understand these variations and develop healthcare interventions that are more effective and equitable for all patient groups. In addition, when our clinical trials are diverse, we know that our results are more generalizable. The results may not be applicable or safe for all groups if these different groups are not
enrolled in the original clinical trials. And lastly, clinical trials can be a mechanism to identify disparities. So if we don't have diversity in our clinical trials, we don't understand differential efficacy or differential safety signals that can be crucial for developing more targeted interventions in the future. We know that drug metabolism, drug side effects, and drug treatment response can vary among different racial and ethnic groups. So if we don't have adequate representation in our trials, we won't know how efficacy and safety differ by specific populations. And a diverse study population can enhance the robustness and reliability of our research findings. And very importantly, based on the panel that we just heard, we have a duty to enhance public trust. So patients are aware of differential ability to enroll in clinical trials and differential ability to stay on clinical trial protocols. And we as a research community really have the burden to repair the mistrust that marginalized communities feel, and building this trust is crucial for recruiting participants and conducting ethical research. So now we're going to talk specifically about structural racism. And when we think about structural racism, really another word for this is structural disadvantage. So we know that certain racial, ethnic, and other marginalized groups in the United States experience different ways that resources are distributed. There's different ways that people relate to each other, both on an institutional level and an interpersonal level. There's clear variation in who has power, and this plays out in how institutions are organized, which patient populations are prioritized, and the type of medical care that families have access to. And this table from the Kaiser Family Foundation really does a great job outlining all the social and economic factors that drive differential health outcomes, but more importantly, I think can also drive research participation. So we know that families from different backgrounds have different levels of economic stability, neighborhood and physical environments, education and food resources, community and social context, and healthcare systems that can all affect medical outcomes, but really importantly affect a family's ability to participate in research. And I've outlined in red some of the things that I think are most important to consider when scientists partner with communities to design clinical trials. So a research team that is truly invested in diversity in clinical trials will actually take the time up front at the time of early community engagement and at the time of protocol development to explicitly address each of these different columns and explicitly try to understand how their target clinical trial participants might be affected by these factors and what they can do in their protocol design to actually mitigate some of these barriers. And we know that societal disadvantage affects families in many different ways. And I'm just going to show you three very simple graphics that beg us to ask ourselves the question, do all families have equal opportunity to show up at our clinical trial sites with adequate emotional and cognitive bandwidth, ready to engage in complex research-related discussions? So we have to take a moment and think about a family's lived experience outside of the walls of the hospital, outside of the walls of the clinic, and then imagine how that lived experience and the differential lived experience affects their ability to come and sit and engage with you to discuss a consent form or to discuss a clinical trial protocol. So this figure on the left shows what many of you might already know, that income and wealth varies significantly among different racial and ethnic backgrounds in the United States. And you can imagine how a family that is growing through chronic financial stress is in a very different situation to consider enrolling their child in a clinical trial than a family with relative wealth. We also know that different racialized groups face social injustices such as incarceration at very different rates. So if a community is in chronic crisis because, let's say, the men and boys from their community are being arrested and incarcerated, that affects a family's ability to show up ready to discuss clinical trials. And we also know that different racialized groups experience gun violence and death by gun violence at very different rates. And so these are just three very, very basic examples where we have stark data of differential lived experience by race and ethnicity in the United States, and how if we're going to try to quote unquote conduct diverse clinical trials without thinking deeply about these topics and engaging with these topics and understanding where families are coming from when they walk through our clinic doors, we're going to have trouble with success. So now we'll talk specifically about some solutions for clinical research diversity and equity. This is a wonderful paper published in 2023. The name of the paper is at the top of the slide, and we're going to tackle two big topics from this paper, which are barriers to clinical trial participation and solutions. The first barrier is limited access to health care. And this is a very major barrier that can affect clinical trial recruitment, and differential access to basic health care, as mentioned in the prior panel, really can disproportionately impact racial and ethnic minority groups. So this figure is from a website called milkeninstitute.gov, and on this website you can search by different disease status and look at the density of clinical trial sites across the United States. And this is an example where I just typed in sickle cell disease. So we know that limited access to health care disproportionately affects racial and ethnic minorities and can be a major hindrance to their enrollment in clinical trials. Research sites are often distant from the most minoritized and marginalized populations, making participation very difficult due to basic things such as transportation challenges and having to navigate very unfamiliar locations. In addition, we know that people who have limited financial resources can really have insurmountable caregiver burdens. So caregivers from racial and ethnic minority groups may face additional challenges in participating because they can't get out of elder care or child care responsibilities. And also racialized and rural individuals may be in more service-intensive or labor-intensive occupations with limited paid time off. So as opposed to someone like myself who has the luxury of taking a day or two off each month to participate in a clinical trial, another person may miss an entire day of pay and not be able to feed their family if they decide to participate in a clinical trial. So what are some tangible solutions? And these are the things that we have to consider when we actually design our budgets for our clinical trials, because if you haven't budgeted for these solutions, you are not going to be able to enroll participants who face these barriers. And so it really takes intentionality and planning up front. So how are we going to include incentives and compensation in our budgets at the institutional level? So we know that financial remuneration and reimbursements just for study-related lost resources can really help bolster families and their ability to weather the financial stress of clinical trial participation. Transportation support. So, actually doing something very tangible like Lyft vouchers or Uber vouchers, or having, if you're getting multiple patients from a certain rural community, having structured transportation plans to bring them to clinical trial sites can help address transportation-related barriers. Child care and elder care support. So, I think a lot of times research teams think about these things in theory or in an abstract way, but if you really want to enroll families with increased caregiver burden, you actually have to budget for how you're going to help them provide care for family members when they bring their patient for clinical trial site visits. And also, how can we take clinical trial conduct out into community-based clinics? So if we place our research clinics in community-based ambulatory primary care offices, that can both allow easier geographic access, but also allow patients to engage in clinical research in a site that feels comfortable and less intimidating. And lastly, flexible timing. So we know that our clinical trial visits are really timed around convenience for physicians and researchers. And so if we want to allow families to participate who have the types of jobs where they can't miss work, we really have to get creative about flexible timing, allowing evening and weekend research-related activities or virtual activities that don't force families to miss so much time from work. And this figure is from a company that works to improve research diversity. And you can see on the horizontal axis different ways that research participants learn about different research opportunities. And patients from different racial backgrounds actually report very different ways that they first learn about research. So an important part of diversity is using non-traditional or alternative routes to advertise your clinical trial that might allow different research participants to learn about it. So taking extra caution when we develop eligibility criteria is a key step. Are we functionally excluding certain patient groups because of the way our protocols are designed? And then also we heard today about decentralized trials. What study procedures can we perform remotely? And are there easy to reach community sites where we can conduct certain study procedures? We're next going to talk about racism as a barrier. So complex issues surrounding perceived, interpersonal, institutional, and structural racism serve as a major obstacle to recruitment of racialized groups. And we know, based on many conversations today, that lack of trust in the medical and scientific community affects racialized patients. There have been historical abuses, and in some situations, there are ongoing abuses of racialized communities both in residential schools and nutritional research, other types of examples that lead to this deep-seated mistrust. There's explainable and very understandable fear of experimentation, present-day discrimination that racialized families experience in their day-to-day encounters with the medical system. And we know that there are worse health outcomes for racialized communities. And importantly, patients from racialized communities also know this critical fact. And so all of these examples of the effect of racism really can affect a family's ability to enroll in clinical trials. This study is in adult transplant patients, and they asked transplant patients their experience of medical racism. And you can see that there are big differences in the way African American patients and white patients respond to these questions, like doctors treat African American and white patients the same, and you'd better be cautious when you decide which healthcare organizations to trust your family with, and patients sometimes can be deceived or misled by healthcare organizations. So these are, patient responses and patient experiences of their medical care. So you can imagine if patients are having these worries about their medical care, it can affect their ability to engage with research. So we're getting to my last slides, and these are just examples of how to address racism barriers. And I think a very, very important one that's come up today is this concept of historical trauma and educating research teams about cultural and historical trauma. So if a family comes to you and you can only speak to them in a way that you would speak to the most privileged family, you cannot engage with them about their cultural history with medicine, you don't feel comfortable talking about issues of mistrust, you're really going to have a tough time for your research coordinators and your research team to enroll diverse participants. And so I loved how the panel talked about values and how cultural values can be so personal. And so what we don't want to do is go and say, talk to all Black patients this way, talk to all LGBTQ patients this way. We want to teach our research teams to actually have deep cultural humility. So when you approach a family, you spend time saying, what's important, what are values important to your family? In your culture, what are some barriers that might make research scary? What are some values in your culture that might make research exciting? And spend the time and have that cultural humility, and the research team is not fearful of engaging in those conversations. So to conclude, structural racism and structural disadvantage undoubtedly impede research entry and participation for many racialized families. And a study team that's committed to diversity actually will not talk about these things in a theoretical sense, but actually sit and focus and talk about practical ways that they're going to address these barriers before clinical trial launch. And in the two talks that are going to follow me, we're going to talk about inclusivity best practices from a nonprofit research lens, and also how do we improve diversity in vulnerable pediatric groups such as oncology clinical trials. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Edwards. I'll be continuing the conversation from what Tamara discussed on best practices that help children and families to stay in clinical trials. Again, from a nonprofit perspective, I personally work as a director of clinical trials in our Center for Clinical and Social Research, with NMQF being a health research, education, and advocacy organization. No conflicts of interest here. So we're going to first take a look at these two diagrams here. So on our left, we have our U.S. demographics from 2020, and on the right, we have a clinical trial participation statistics. So you see here on the left from the 2020 census, the largest blue image here, we have 60% of the U.S. white population, while you see on the right, they do account for 80% of clinical trial participants. Moving clockwise, we see 13% of the Black population, according to the 2020 census, and they only account for 10% of clinical trial participants. Moving up that, you see a huge discrepancy again in our 19% Hispanic Latinx community, only accounting for 6% of the population. So that's just a very quick look at some of the disparities that we see generally in clinical trials. Here we have another diagram taking a look at the multi-level barriers to clinical research. I'll go through this real quickly. You heard a lot of these throughout the day today. But on the individual level, some of the issues that come up is time, resource constraints, language, interpersonal attitudes and police of patient and provider, bias, mistrust, lack of awareness and engagement, institutional, again, lack of trust, competing goals, eligibility criteria. On the policy, you see here funding mechanisms, accountability, and support for BIPOC investigators. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, on a high level, 3 approaches, starting with community engagement on how, in working with some of these best practices on the community engagement level. So how you engage with the community, depending on the population that you are entering, it can have a pretty determinant factor in the success that you will have in that study with respect to that population. So for starters, you want to, industry, the sponsor, whoever's bringing their trial, you want to conduct outreach and engage the community-based organizations, advocacy groups, community leaders, to gain buy-in, to gain their trust of the community. So for starters, evaluate the needs of community. What may be publicly available, something like a community needs assessment, you can maybe start there. But you more so want to actually speak with the community, conduct educational seminars, host events, what that may look like. There's health fairs, there's drives, there's toy drives, there's clothes drives. It'll be centered on the needs of the community. And on the basis of those findings that you have during these town halls, again, seminars, you gain additional insight into the issues that they're having, into the comorbidities that they're dealing with, into the care options. And of course, you'll also use these places to spread information on clinical trials. Again, you want to liaise with trusted community members. Who are the figureheads? You want to utilize their support, endorsement to help bridge the gap between the sponsor, and the community. And again, partner with organizations already doing the work. You won't be the first trying to get into the community. There's going to be people there who have been on the ground and put it in the work to develop their own mechanism, their own relationships that they have. So seek those out, seek those partners out, see what they're doing. It's not always necessary to start from scratch, amend and tailor, what you need to do, of course, to what has already been done. See how you can build upon that. And lastly, what you see here is have a dedicated team. When you place yourselves in these communities, it is nice to, not have a round robin of people. If you have a team that's going into a community, have a set team. Maybe a team may not be in the budget, have a particular contact person. So when you meet with these trusted community members, when you partner with these organizations, you have a point of contact that they have, that they can call to, that they can trust when they reach out to you. So essentially, you form a coalition when you go into these communities. You have researchers, you have these various stakeholders, you'll have physicians as well, you'll have the industry perspective, and then, you eventually form that type of relationship. And it should be long-standing. It should go beyond your initiative. It should go beyond your program. It should be ongoing. Before a trial, before any of that is started, you want to make your presence known. So at NMQF, we have a few programs, one of them with our Center for Sustainable Health Equity and Engagement. So with promoting health equity through education and clinicians and community leaders, we focus on clinician engagement and community engagement. So clinical teams, pharmacists partner with SHC to implement QI and community engagement projects in undeserved communities. And then we also have community engagement partnerships with churches, barbershops, and hair salons around the community, around the country, to engage, educate, and connect people of color to health and social services. So these are the names for those that I just mentioned: our Faith Health Alliance, our Wellness Warriors, and our community pharmacists. Faith Health Alliance deals with faith health leaders, hair wellness warriors, barbershops, hairdressers. Essentially, we train these people, we educate them, we speak with them, we meet with them, we form relationships with them, and then they essentially, in their line of business, they go out and they disseminate the information to their patrons. So the information doesn't always have to come from you. Work with who's already in line and who they would be susceptible to listen to. Just a quick image of where we are. So a little more on community engagement. Ensure the use of culturally tailored education. Again, something we've heard all throughout the day, communities are incredibly nuanced. You want to be sure to be culturally sensitive. One community is not the same, within one given language, there's multiple dialects. Just be cognizant of that and what's going on. Could tailor customized materials in this engagement, in your outreach, advertising and recruitment materials, including social media. Marketing and outreach should be tailored to your targeted community. And then optimizing study teams. So working with community is not only on the clinical participant side, it also means the research team, the investigator, the physicians that you'll engage, where you'll choose to put your studies, the site you'll choose, who will be the PIs on your study. So you want to ensure, well, I don't know if you can ensure, you want to do your best to have the principal investigators, the study staff, they should represent the population of people that you want to eventually enroll. If we're going for diverse and inclusivity, it is nice when the people that you seek your care from are reflective of you. Another initiative that we have ongoing at the National Minority Quality Forum in a collaboration with Biogen. So we developed the clinical trial learning community model to identify and mitigate disparities in clinical research. So the model has been working directly with medical professionals to expand their knowledge on cultural competency and the importance of clinical research via virtual training modules and community town halls and educational sessions. I think, again, someone spoke earlier that it shouldn't be assumed that the physician is privy to clinical trials and what that all entails. Of course, they're a doctor, but they might not participate in research since like residency or fellowship. They still need training or understanding on how to present clinical trials to their patients. So next, after community engagement, we have effective communication practices. Again, communication style and preferences will vary by family. We talked about the informed consent process as being such a pivotal time point. And during these times, you want to allocate additional time for participants during visits, especially during enrollment. Many moons ago, as a clinical research coordinator, you often didn't get someone to enroll on the first time you presented the study to them. And so working in pediatrics, they're going to take that consent form home, they're going to show it to their family, they're going to highlight, they're going to have questions, and allow that. You shouldn't put pressure on them. You want to ensure where translation services are needed, utilize interpreters and translated documents. Ideally, all study materials should be in the participant's language. I know if you're able to have study staff that are able to communicate in the language, that's always great. Utilizing interpreters can be, in real time, a little difficult, is often over the phone, but where you can, make it work. And then communicating trial details. It should be effectively conveyed for total understanding. Study purpose, requirements, benefits. Benefits are pretty important. You want to, is there immediate benefit? What do they get out of this in the moment? Is it more long-term? Is it more for people who suffer with my disease, but I won't see any immediate benefit, but people will after me? So you want to make sure you properly convey that to the family. During the trial, be available and accessible. This helps to build trust and relationships. You will have to go the extra mile. It's not just an adult trial. You're dealing with family, and family is very complex. So reassure families you are available for questions and concerns. This may include coming earlier, coming later, but keeping an open line of communication. And as one of our patient advocates said earlier today, keep them in the know. Share results and achievements with families. Of course, we're allowed to inform families of study progress or any changes, and keeping continuous communication. Conduct outreach during visits. So our next approach here, community engagement, effective communication, we have comprehensive care. So when we say comprehensive care, we're thinking holistic support for the participant, for the child. Tamara touched on this a little bit, but there are going to be barriers, there are going to be issues that the family is facing. So you just want to be cognizant of these different challenges that they're facing, and while it's not directly study related, it's going to impact retention. It's going to impact how they're able to navigate the study. So take that all into account. A lot of these, with taking this into account, again, as Tamara mentioned, it's going to require a budget. So when planning, when development, on the site side, make sure you negotiate for that. You know your patients, you know what they will need. Take all that into consideration. Incentives, as simple as it's put, monetary incentives should align with time and effort required of participant and family. But as you heard earlier, while it may just be a 1-hour visit in your office, you don't know what that family took to get there. So always keep that in mind. It should be reflective of time and effort. You have to worry about fair market value, but when putting in your budget, when negotiating, push it to the limit and make sure that you know, families and the participants, they get what they deserve for participating in your trial. Should be easily redeemable. We used to give cash. Most people don't keep cash in their research sites anymore. It's usually a Clin card or a gift card of some sort. But even the assumption that, depending on the community, that they know how to use that, you know, or if they go to an ATM, there's an admin fee, so they don't necessarily get their full compensation because a part of that was taken out. All that just should be considered when issuing incentives, and consider alternative incentives where applicable when available. Of course, institution policy may kind of knock that down, but be creative and see what you can do and make sure it aligns with their needs. I think it's my last slide here. So again, with comprehensive care, patient navigation with respect to budget, there's a budget question as well. I think many people don't necessarily put patient navigator, social worker, or of course caseworker into their budget. Oftentimes, while it may not be under that label, your clinical research coordinator is going to be doing that. So if you can get that put into your study budget, it works. And with comprehensive care, just considering the participants' full health, it's on the spectrum. There's, outside of disease indication that they have come in for, you have to consider everything else outside of that, and that is going to impact them. So when they know that there's a plan for them, they know there's a continuum of care, they know what's going to happen post this study, especially if they have a chronic disease. The trial is working. Everything is going to go great. It's going great. What's going to happen when this is over? So when they know that, you know, there's a plan for them, there's a plan for their health care, keep them in the know of that so there's less angst surrounding that. And if you, at the research care, if you're just a research site or maybe you are in a larger academic institution, be prepared to refer or coordinate those services. Yeah, again, just make sure you have some post-trial plans and options available. And that's it. So we covered community engagement, having effective communication, and continuum of care, comprehensive care, just a holistic look at the participants and their families for consideration when working with them and trying to increase your retention rate and get value out of their participation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Pujo Maratia. I'm a pediatric oncologist at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center, and I just want to say how exciting it's been to be a part of this day and to hear so many perspectives and to be a part of this shared cause to advance clinical trial equity. I'm going to be talking about it from my lens as a pediatric oncologist. I have no disclosures. So we've heard this echoed over and over the course of the day, so I won't belabor it, but enhancing and maintaining trial diversity is a priority for all of us. I want to use pediatric oncology in some of my work as a case study, really to examine frontline clinical trial enrollment and participation by race, ethnicity, and poverty status, to amplify the experiences of Black and Hispanic parents regarding research participation in oncology, and then really to focus on our group's work targeting social determinants of health in the same manner and with the same rigor that we used to design drug trials, and to hopefully inspire all of us to think about how we can begin to do this alongside our therapeutic trials. So we've heard about the multiple places along the clinical trial pipeline where inequities can arise. I want to acknowledge that my work really focuses on the later part of this pathway, and that is because in pediatric oncology, that's a rare diagnosis, a rare disease. The majority of children with cancer in the United States will receive care at a tertiary center, and at one of the 190 COG centers, the Children's Oncology Group, which is a cooperative group that runs our clinical trials. And so most children in the United States with cancer will already have access to a center with clinical trial options. And so one of the first things that I wanted to do is really look at who enrolls on clinical trials in pediatric oncology, and specifically looking at a population of patients with high-risk neuroblastoma, the most common extracranial solid tumor in pediatrics. We looked among a cohort of children who were enrolled in our biology study, which captures most, we think, of the children in the United States with neuroblastoma, who goes on to enroll on a frontline clinical trial. And we looked by race and ethnicity, trial collected race and ethnicity, and then we used a series of proxy socioeconomic status measures. We looked at household poverty, which we defined as public insurance only. We looked at area poverty, which we defined as those living in zip codes where greater than 20% of the population lives below the federal poverty line. And we looked at urban and rural, again, using zip code linked measures. And what we found and what you see here on these graphs is that there was virtually no significant difference in enrollment to frontline therapeutic trials by race, ethnicity, or proxied SES, and that somewhere between 35 to 40% of children enroll on frontline therapeutic trials. We then leveraged this data set to look at who discontinues trial participation, getting at this idea of, is participation on clinical trials too burdensome for particular populations? And so we looked at specifically trial withdrawal for reasons other than disease progression, and again looked by race, ethnicity, and our proxy SES measures, and found that while 40%, nearly 40% of children discontinue participation on their frontline clinical trial, that this did not significantly vary by race, ethnicity, or our proxied SES measures. And as we've heard many times today, while this doesn't suggest that there are significant disparities in who enrolls on clinical trials or continues to participate on clinical trials, this isn't the full story. And so what I really wanted to do was to understand the experiences of parents from those communities who have been historically excluded or marginalized in our academic communities. And so I conducted a single-center mixed method study in Boston at the Dana-Farber to understand Black and Hispanic parent perspectives regarding clinical trial and research participation, and specifically focusing on barriers and facilitators. We used some of the recruitment strategies that you've heard already today, really focused on trust, transparency, and minimizing burden to enroll a cohort of 60 parents. We had a 94% participation rate, 100% of parents completed participation, and we had 98% complete data, and we enrolled this cohort in 3 months. And I just want to share a few of those perspectives. So when we asked parents about their perceptions of research and clinical trials, we heard that research and clinical trials are experiments, that research and clinical trials are a way to advance medicine. And for many of these parents, they were both of these things at the same time. And so this mother said to us, for me, clinical trial, I can't help but think of like experiment for some reason, because it's something that's new and being done to learn about something. So for me, the word would be experiment. That's what would automatically come to mind, but not like in a bad way, in a good way to learn and hopefully advance in the treatment of whatever they're trying to learn about. When we probed on motivations for participating in research and clinical trials, we heard that they were motivated to access novel or the most advanced therapies, to have an opportunity for decreased toxicity, to improve care for future patients and families. And we've heard these themes over the course of today. But a unique theme that we heard was really to represent the experiences of Black and Hispanic patients. And so this mother went on to say, the majority of research probably involves Caucasians, but I want to provide people with like an aspect of from an African American family, because it's not. There aren't as many. And when we probed on hesitations for participating in research and clinical trials, we heard, again, things that have been echoed today. Fear of the unknown, particularly efficacy and side effects, a desire to protect their child from unnecessary treatments and tests. And then we heard a theme that has also come up today, the history of maltreatment of Black and Hispanic patients in research. And this father of a child with leukemia said, as a Black culture, we were test dummies. A lot of things were done to us in the hospitals just to get a better understanding of our race and culture. Some we were aware of, and some that was just, it was forced upon us. For me as a Black man, having those things done to my ancestors over time, I think when I had first heard about clinical trials, I'm like, no, thank you. But I think with the understanding that it was happening to my child and that we needed to gather and get more information, I agreed more so to advance her treatment and her care. And he went on to enroll his child on our frontline trial for pediatric leukemia. as we were designing the study, as we were thinking about our a priori hypotheses about barriers to participation, something that has come up a lot today was distrust. We measured this quantitatively and qualitatively in our interviews, quantitatively using the trust in the oncologist scale, a series of questions with the Likert scale where 1 is no trust and 5 is complete trust, and our mean was 4.6 in this population, indicating near complete trust. That's not to say that there aren't real reasons for mistrust and distrust, but I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that engender trust in this population. The second, which we've heard also today, was that information sharing would be a challenge. And this father told us, as the parent finding out that your kid has cancer, you're asked to read, even with all of the threats that are going on at that moment, you have basically a 24-hour time limit to read all the paperwork, possibly do your own research, in order to make a decision that affects your child's life, and you've got an hour to do so. And I think that speaks to a lot of the limitations in pediatric oncology, where we are sharing with the family that their child has cancer and then expecting them to make these decisions on this pressured in this pressured time. And I think there have been a lot of great ideas today about how we can improve this informed consent process that we need to think about in pediatric oncology. And then the third, our third hypothesis about barriers was unmet social needs. And as you can see here, 73% of this cohort reported an unmet social need in transportation, utilities, housing, or food. About a quarter in transportation and utilities, about half had housing insecurity, and 40% had food insecurity. And this causes a lot of stress during the experience of caring for a child with cancer. This mom told us, or you can have a family like mine, where it's a struggle for everything. Extra visits for a clinical trial would be a lot more added to my plate. But then at the same time, if I'm thinking about my child, if this is something that is going to help him, I'll find a way. But will it cause more stress? And I think we've heard a lot today about potentially innovative ways we can decrease the burden of child participation for our families. And so I want to caveat some of this data, because pediatric cancer is really, really rare. And I think in the face of something that is life-threatening like pediatric cancer, families really are willing to do anything and everything for their child. So I'm not saying that all of this can be extrapolated to other contexts. And I think that in pediatric oncology, we have the privilege of being able to build longitudinal relationships with our families that are quite intimate and allow us to engender trust in a way that may not also be able to be extrapolated to other settings. But at the same time, I think that this data suggests that relatively equitable trial participation is achievable, and that distrust should not be used as an excuse for underrepresentation. I think that we've heard a lot of ideas today about how we can engender trust and how we, as academic institutions, can begin to be more trustworthy so that families are wanting to engage and participate in clinical trials. And I think some of the data that I shared from the parents in our study suggests that parents really want to have these conversations with us. And that information sharing and unmet social needs are real barriers that can impact enrollment and retention. So for the last portion of my presentation, I really want to focus on this concept of unmet social needs, which is where my research is. We know that measuring social determinants of health and social needs are feasible across the cancer trajectory. We know that 1 in 3 children with cancer at diagnosis has an unmet social need. I presented data that shows that 3 of 4 Black and Hispanic families have unmet social needs during cancer care, where they have access to resource specialists and social workers at our tertiary care centers. And I think this is in part related to some of the structural racism and structural disadvantage that Tamara brought up. And that at the time of advanced cancer, cancer relapse or progression, 1 in 2 children with cancer has an unmet social need. And I think this speaks to financial toxicity that accumulates over the course of cancer care. In our group, we've demonstrated that it's feasible to actually embed these types of questionnaires in our clinical trials. And we've now embedded these in multiple frontline national clinical trials. We've completed thousands of these surveys with a greater than 85% consent rate, a greater than 85% completion rate, and less than 2% missing data. And I think when we think about data equity, these data are more specific and potential drivers of inequities in a way that proxy measures of SES or race and ethnicity really are not. And now in our group, we're working on targeting social determinants of health in the same way that we target molecular aberrations in pediatric cancer. And so we have designed, in work really primarily led by the woman at the top, Dr. Kira Bona, one of my research mentors, and two of our colleagues, Rahula Aziz-Bose and Colleen Kelly. We've designed a series of interventions targeting unmet social needs and social determinants of health. So I'll just briefly speak to them just to provide insight into the types of things that I think are feasible in this context. So PD care is an intervention that centrally delivers groceries and transportations to low-income families at the time of a new child cancer diagnosis for 6 months. And this is an intervention that has undergone pilot testing, feasibility testing across 2 centers, and now is embedded in a phase 3 trial for pediatric leukemia through the Dana-Farber Consortia across 8 sites. Pediatric RISE is an unrestricted cash transfer intervention, again, for families, low-income families with either a new cancer diagnosis or a diagnosis of advanced cancer. This is a 6-month intervention that's undergone a single-center pilot and is undergoing a 2-center randomized feasibility study. CHEF is a intervention that provides meal kits and assisted nutrition benefits enrollment. This is for families with food insecurity in the first year after cancer therapy, and this is something that's undergone a pilot study. And then ASSIST is our newest intervention. This is a means-tested benefits navigator intervention for low-income families at the time of a cancer diagnosis. The idea is for it to provide support for 12 months, and we are planning a pilot study this fall. At the same time, we heard that information sharing was a challenge, and so I want to amplify the work of Dr. Paula Aristisabal at UCSD, who's designed a cultural and linguistic clinical trial peer navigator to assist with the informed consent process and has demonstrated improved comprehension of trial components for families who are Hispanic or speak a language other than English. And this is undergoing a multi-center RCT across 4 centers in the country. And what I want to leave us with, I think, is the question that we've been wrestling with all day today, which is, what is good enough? And in pediatric oncology, this goes back to our neuroblastoma data. On the left is a graph showing survival curves where the red is children who don't have household poverty and blue is children who do have household poverty exposure, meaning that they have public insurance. And you can see that that survival curve is not the same. On the right is children with high-risk neuroblastoma with data disaggregated by race and ethnicity. The green line is children who are non-Hispanic white. The red line is children who are Hispanic. The blue line is children who are non-Hispanic black. And you can see that those survival curves are not the same either. And so even when children have access to clinical trials and are receiving the same standardized therapies, our survival is not the same. And so I would argue that we will be good enough when those survival curves are all the same, and we're not there yet. And so, I think equitable trial participation is achievable, but this is just the first step to ensuring equitable outcomes. And I think that things like social determinants of health measurement and interventions targeting social determinants of health are both feasible, may work on improving some of these outcome inequities, and hopefully can be embedded alongside our drug clinical trials.
Okay, y'all, hopefully we're going to finish strong. If I can have the panelists. We got our big panel. At the beginning of our meeting, Dr. Feinheim talked about it takes a village, so we're bringing the whole village up for this last panel discussion. So y'all, whoever is still with us and wants to participate on the panel, come on up. In the meantime, I wanted to say thank you so much to Dr. Lewis, to Ms. Edwards, and Dr. Umaratia. Really great presentations. And just, let's see, are you coming up for a while? Okay. Just it's not a commentary on our company, but Dr. Kipp is going to have to leave early for her travel, so she's going to participate in part of the panel, but not the whole panel. Do we need more chairs up here, or are we okay? Okay. So I'm going to let Dr. Kipp lead us off on the question.
Okay. So we want to thank our esteemed panelists, which there are many, today. And so what we're wanting to discuss is, as you know, best practices that how do we sustain our children in clinical trials? And we've heard a number of things. So this is kind of our, what have you learned today from this? And so I'll start with the first question. Is there something you've learned from today's gathering that you'll bring back to your family or community as a best practice? And so I'll just, whoever wants to start. You're all very dignified. Go ahead.
There's one person I think who hasn't presented yet or
spoken. Okay, go ahead.
So we'll start with it, which is Dr. Melissa Penn, and then anybody else after that.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Oh, the on button. And now, okay, great. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a really tremendous day, a lot of learnings. So my name is Melissa Penn. I work at Bayer. My role is patient engagement R&D, so I get the privilege of thinking about how do we get early, meaningful, and continuous input from patients along the entire research process. And I believe that patient engagement is inextricable with diversity and representation. My background is as a lawyer and in public health, and for the 10 years before I got to Bayer, I founded and ran a nonprofit in rare disease, and I am a rare disease mom. And through that, and continuously today, I look at this through the lens of nothing about us without us. But in the takeaways, so many good takeaways. I love ICANN. I love what you said. And I think about, I thought it was really interesting, actually, that adolescents were saying that altruism was one important reason to participate. And that was kind of, I mean, it makes sense, but it was still eye-opening. I loved the comment, hey, if you don't think it's important, maybe it's not the right job for you. And then I'm going to take away, Bella, the yes and. I just want to work in that model.
Anyone else want to answer that question? What will you take with you today as a best practice?
I can speak from an industry perspective, is looking at the wider opportunity in terms of the data that we collect. Do we need to collect 10 blood samples versus 3, right? Do we need to collect all of the information, and not just because we can, but what is the impact? What are we testing? What is the answer that we're looking for? And I think one of the patient panelists brought a good point. How do we bring the information back, right? Because as an industry, we're thinking from a competitive perspective, so we black a lot of the things out. We don't want others to know. We just want to have that information until it's ready to be shared publicly. But from a patient perspective, how do we share that data back so they can take that, and that continues to empower their journey as a patient and have that information to take back with them to make more empowered decisions? So how do we bridge that gap in terms of the data being available?
Thank you. Please remember to turn your microphone off at the end. Thank you. Anyone else want to mention what they're taking back from here today?
Sure.
Latoya.
So I think the biggest takeaway is that boots on the ground must be a part of the clinical trial process. We need to look at our communities not as the problems that they have, but more so of the assets and possibilities they can bring to this process. I loved what I witnessed in Christina's presentation, that she's working with the faith-based communities and pharmacists, and they have communities that are far-reaching that we can't touch from a lab or from behind our desk. So I would say when working with communities, move at the speed of trust, anchor ourselves in outcomes, and definitely remain boots on the ground. That's one takeaway. The other takeaway is around AI. We need to find a way to build that to make it convenient, not just for researchers, but for providers and community members as well. When I think about providers, they too need the education on how to make an effective recommendation, let's make it easier for them on how to connect people to a trial that they're eligible for. So when I think of AI, I think of how do we make it convenient. Amazon sells convenience. Nike sells motivation. Disney sells dreams. So I think we really need to look at AI and convenience in that space.
Thank you. So, thank you, please.
Hi, Lynn Yao, FDA. So I think the biggest overall takeaway for me today is, like we've said at different times during our sort of, adventure in developing therapeutics for children, that, we used to say, oh, just do any research and that's better than nothing. And then we said, well, regulatory grade research, incorporating standards like clear endpoints, interpretable data, like that's all good research. But I think what I'm taking away today overall is that everything that's been discussed today is not an afterthought, is not good to have, that if we really want to do high quality research, everything that's been discussed today must be incorporated. It's not a like to or wish to. It has to be a need to. So that's the major thing I'm taking away today.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So on that, thank you. Oh, go ahead, please. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Burgess.
So I don't really have like a big takeaway from today, but I do want to highlight something about in clinical trials that the doctors should include the patients in the big discussion about what's going on, and they should include the patient's opinion no matter how old they are. Because although the parents have a lot more wisdom and they're a lot older, I feel like it's the patient's life that's being affected mostly, so the patient should have like a big say in it. And yeah, that's it.
Michael, you didn't have to say a lot older, but that's okay.
Thank you, Michael. We needed to hear that specifically. So anybody can answer this. How can collaboration between community, industry, academia, and FDA regulatory agencies improve inclusivity, including people in pediatric drug trials? That's a lot. Sorry. Please.
I'd say through an integrated approach within underrepresented communities, combining medical treatment with comprehensive family and community support to create a robust network that helps families navigate this complex, fragmented system and the challenges. I believe this approach ensures that the emotional, social, and practical needs are met, promoting resilience and better overall outcomes. From a regulatory standpoint, it should be strongly considered incorporating clinical trials into the conversation as a standard with the mandated checkbox that prompt providers during the history and physical to have that conversation with families as another option to care as part of the comprehensive care plan.
Any academic partners want to talk? Please, Ms. Burgess, go ahead.
I think what we're doing now and continuing what we're doing is the most impactful. I think that word of mouth is more powerful than we think. I have a few of you. I got your numbers. I got your information. I'll be following up with you. But just that few can touch more people, which can grow and expand. This is a grassroots ground movement, and if we all are on board, once I get home, I'll take it back to my tribe, right? And my tribe will then discover, okay, maybe this isn't as scary. It's really all about word of mouth and being consistent and having all of the elements, the FDA, the researchers, we have the sponsors, everyone's coming together, creating a huge think tank. But if we continue this platform, we can see this groundswell go even further. So I think it's just a consistency with this.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess.
Tamara Lewis, physician scientist from Toronto. So the question about collaboration is a really important one, and I've been having conversations with the IRBs, and in Canada we call them REBs, about what role the ethics boards can play in diversity and equity. And I think that what feels like low-hanging fruit is for patients and sponsors and regulators to all get together and talk about, what would maybe a universal budget template look like. If we were to design a trial with the most marginalized and the most disadvantaged families in mind, what would be all the key budget items that a sponsor or a site would need to consider in order to allow for true unburdened participation? Because right now, I feel like every IRB is struggling with this and reinventing the wheel. Each sponsor is kind of probably doing some version of this, but it doesn't have to be that way. We could collaborate together and come up with some template that could be universally used, and with the key input of the patients and parents, not miss any of the important details that even we probably don't understand.
So universally used and user-friendly. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anybody else want to tackle that question? Thank you.
Yeah, so one more thought. So as we think about our obligation to patients, we want to ensure that the clinical trials that we enroll them to are high quality and likely to generate impactful, meaningful results. And so along those lines, I'd like to go back to some of the data that Pam presented this morning around multiple trials enrolling for specific conditions with small populations. So it's interesting to think about, is there an opportunity for academic centers, along with regulators and sponsors, to coordinate efforts around diseases or specific drug types such that we can prioritize a limited number of high-quality trials that are most likely to generate the results needed for that population around a specific therapeutic, as opposed to maybe the current model where it's largely sponsors who are responding to requirements and are sort of forced to conduct multiple trials in parallel for a given condition, but they're drawing from such a small population.
Thank you very much. Other thoughts on collaboration? I'm going to put you youngins on the spot. Because, Michael, you said we're a lot older, and yes, I am. But what you all have is wisdom, and I really would like to hear from the patient representatives again about collaboration. Any thoughts you have?
Sorry, we're sharing.
Yes.
So on collaboration between these institutions, I think that it's really important that from, I guess, a regulatory side, that certain standards on diversity are set up, but they're set up in such a way that, because it was said before, in a question from virtual attendees, they were wondering if these diversity requirements might impede the process of a trial or slow it down. And I think that these groups need to collaborate, and they need to find a way where they can have effective and excellent clinical trials that are also diverse. And I think from a regulatory side and from an academia side and from an industry side, that level of collaboration really has to happen on that specific issue.
Thank you. Let me ask a slightly different angle of the same question on collaboration, or follow up what you said, Nazarene, about having regulations. That's where people are being told they must do these things. But there's another, so that's a mandate in regulations. There's also incentives in regulations. Are there areas of incentives that you think that might make people, want to be involved in some of these activities? and I'm not asking just you, or that is a question we answer right this second, but if someone has some thoughts on that right now, that would be interesting.
Are you saying incentives for patients or incentives for these organizations to be more diverse?
For those who are involved in these activities, so yes, definitely organizations. I can tell you right now, there are incentives for sponsors who are doing drug trials to do them. We have we have certain incentives, what they say or how they set up, there's those exist. Was some idea of an incentive of what you think might have people be more involved? I was just curious.
I can try to answer just quickly, be taking a step back to your previous question. In speaking about the collaboration between patients, healthcare, academic, and industry, and the FDA, I think listening to what really matters. My experience in sickle cell and other aspects is looking at the endpoints, right? One of the critical aspects is that we're looking at, for example, pain. This is what clinical endpoint is that's critical here. This is what we're looking at. This is what we're testing. Where the patients might say, I don't care about pain, it's the fatigue. That's what we need to solve for. So while everyone's focusing on one area, maybe listening to the participants to what really matters to them helps us to develop better clinical trials, develop better molecules that addresses that, and then work with the FDA or other organizations to look at endpoints that addresses what the patients are actually looking for versus what historically we'd looked at as data, which might not be meaningful as we develop drugs. So I think that's the way we can triangulate in terms of what really matters. We know what's historical, but what's critical now, and how do we as an industry, as caregivers, as the patients, and as regulators develop what's critical and how we look at this indication or this treatment or this disease and move forward.
And to add to that, I feel, speaking as a parent and a mom, as an advocate, I'm a professional advocate for a living, for my 9 to 5. I think it's really important to advocate for lifting the barrier, the weight of clinical trials from the families, the financial weight, having an incentive for even something as simple as gas, just travel, having an incentive, something as simple as a grocery store gift card. And I say that with the fullest of transparency, because having a child with a chronic illness myself, I jokingly call it hospital living, where we're like living in the hospital sometimes weeks at a time. And then to participate in a clinical trial on top of just getting out of the hospital, sometimes finances, you are drained. So having an incentive, I heard someone say, lifting that barrier, that burden from the families would be so helpful from a family-patient perspective.
Yeah, Tamara brought this up about the bioethics and thinking about this from the IRB perspective too. When I think about this from the topic of collaboration, the reasonable reimbursement for time, burden, and effort is something that there seems to be some confusion, even though I don't think there really is that much confusion, right? And maybe some IRBs look at this differently, although there have been a number of webinars saying, hey, industry, you kind of have gotten this wrong. The IRBs are allowing this. I think the bigger conversation, and when we talk about this space of collaboration, this is something that should be very clear so that everybody going into it actually knows it's a matter of equity and that they're not doing the wrong thing, they're doing the right thing. And that, I do believe that message through the collaboration that you were talking about can get out there much more quickly, so that it's not ambiguous. It is not, but for some reason there's still the perception that it is.
Let me ask you all a related question along collaboration and lack of ambiguity and so forth. and it's the issue that's been talked about several times, which is transparency. So what do we do in a sort of collaborative space to improve transparency so we really can assist families in making decisions about being part of this process? What are y'all's thoughts on that? Your Dr. Yao is busting at the seams over here. Please, go ahead.
I don't know if this is too controversial for 4:15 in the afternoon, but you know, I've been thinking a lot about this, and one of the things that I guess Tamara sort of brought it up on this panel, but you know, we don't know how much things cost. I mean, and one thing that it would be helpful to know about and be more transparent about is how much does it cost to do this? Because I think it would be really helpful in understanding where that money ought to go if we know where the money is currently going. And that's one place that, and I'm not sure that would be appropriate for FDA to be involved in that conversation. But I think it needs to be a part of the conversation because it all comes down to, everything I've heard about all comes down to, well, you know, this is going to cost some money. And so how do we create the efficiencies? How do we create the right place for the money to go, you know, for these, you know, for getting these trials to incorporate all the things we've talked about today? How do we know how to do that if we don't know how much things cost? So I'm just going to throw that out there.
I think there's also the opportunity when you're having a discussion with your participants to understand what are the challenges and take that back to the sponsor. So being me on the sponsor side, I'm knee-deep with my team in developing the ICF, developing the budget for the sites, and I'm emphatic about whatever the sites need, transportation, reimbursement, let's make sure we have it in the budget, and they know that. So they can also pass that on to the participants. So I would, on the other side, raise your hand and say, hey, can you approach the sponsor to reimburse for ABC? Because to your point, sometimes we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what the patient experience really is from one that's in California to one that's in New York, one that's in Texas. It's very different. So I encourage you to take that back to the coordinator, to the PI, and say, is there an opportunity to have this reimbursed because this is a burden for us? And maybe you didn't think about that when the study was being designed or the ICF was being developed, but it is, and at least for me, but I'm sure with my colleagues as well, they will absolutely take that back, and whatever is to make it right, we will do. We just need to know about it.
When I think about transparency, my mind goes to having really vulnerable conversations with families during clinical trial discussion and recruitment. So, you know, I think, you know, helping local research teams get really comfortable feeling uncomfortable and being willing to open space to discuss hard things will allow racialized and marginalized communities to engage with research in a way that they haven't been able to before. So, you know, being able to ask about, you know, what's your family's experience with your child's medical care, and do you have any concerns that there might be different experiences based on your family's identity? You know, do you have any fears or concerns about participating in research based on your culture or based on your family's, you know, cultural history? You know, those are very, very simple, basic questions that we don't ask that could create a safe space for families to discuss things that could help them overcome their mistrust or, you know, their fears. But we don't create space for families to discuss those things when we talk about clinical trials, and that's not transparent. Like the way that we do it right now, it centers our own comfort. And so, you know, I think that there's so much space for creating curriculum around this, creating education around this so that research teams can become more comfortable having those conversations.
I'm going to bring up another thing that maybe at 4:15, 4:20 we should talk about, but money makes people uncomfortable, but it goes along the lines of what you're talking about, difficult conversations. And they certainly run in all across healthcare, like people, I have elderly parents, talk about things like advance directives. Nobody wants to talk about that with, somebody who's 90-something years old, and yet they should. But to get to my point is, let me first just ask, have any of y'all had a bad experience within a healthcare system? So not necessarily a provider, but another part where someone didn't treat you right. I know I have. And it's for me, it's accountability when people are mistreated. What do you feel comfortable, telling somebody, those folks over there just didn't treat me right, and this is why I think so. This is what they did, and this is why I think so. And, having systems for accountability for that, because it exists. I know in my experience, I don't know if y'all wanted to speak to that, any of y'all.
I can speak to that. I can speak to that. I get doctors, nurses, they're overworked. They have far too many patients, and it was a time where I was mistreated, and I learned the power of the Department of Patient Relations. And I expressed my grievance to that, and it was addressed quickly. But, just having empathy for the doctors and the nurses is important. But I just wanted to go back to the previous question about transparency. I don't know what the right answer is, but I feel like there needs to be some sort of quality improvement built into this in the sense of capacity building projects. How are these dollars being spent by these systems? Because from what I observed in my previous work, working with federally qualified health centers, I was trained as a quality improvement coach to go in there and find out what their gaps are. And we did things like process mapping and PDSAs, and a lot of it, when you get to the money part, they were not allocating those resources properly. So when we went through the process and we redesigned their workflow, we were starting to see an improvement with their patient screening rates and vaccination rates with youth. So I don't know if that's the same concept that can be used in the clinical trial process, but maybe it should be considered. Because systems are not going to be forthcoming and say, hey, I don't know how to do this. But if we have a team to work with them to improve their process, perhaps that could be how resources and sponsors can spend their money with the capacity building project.
Thank you for that comment. As a parent, I have experienced great discomfort on numerous occasions on how I was treated in the ER once I brought Michael to the hospital when the pain crisis had escalated to the point nothing would work at home. So the validity of suffering was something that unfortunately was not validated even by the healthcare professionals. And I remember specifically a nurse let Michael sit for hours screaming and crying and suffering. And so with that being said, going back to what we originally were talking about, I just think that using the voice is powerful. I spoke to patient relations right away. I let them know what was going on with my son, and it escalated all the way to the top at the hospital, and that nurse actually has never worked with Michael again, and he was 13 at the time. So I think using the voice is powerful, but when it comes to clinical trials and doctors becoming very comfortable in the uncomfortable and engaging, and clinicians engaging with families about uncomfortable conversations, families like myself, we will open up and we will talk, but we have to feel like the playing ground is level. So patients will open up, we'll say what we need. We'll make sure that the voice is heard, but I think the comment was made earlier, but if we feel talked at instead of talked to, then we'll hide. And that's when you won't have the participation. That's when families will, pull back instead of families being retained to go the long haul in a clinical trial. So, it's all about patient voice. It's all about collaboration. It's all about feeling like we're heard and we're seen, and just keeping that accountability going between the relationship, because we're all at the table at this point.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you then a question. There's a question from online, and it ties somewhat into what we've been talking about collaboration and who you trust. And it starts as a comment that there seems to be an evolving trend in the pharmaceutical industry to move away from pediatric centers of excellence or pediatric groups within the companies. What actions can be taken to ensure pediatric needs, kids are an underserved group, receive appropriate attention and priority within pharmaceutical companies? So I guess my question was a little bit broader than that, which is just sort of the idea of, especially if we're trying to get out into communities, they're not pediatric centers of excellence all over the country, right? So what do we do to get the level of excellence we want, given that that may or may not be attached to a so-called center of excellence in the pediatric area? Or should we just make sure there's some sort of connection at all times that way? Is that feasible? See, I made the harder questions for the end of the day, right? Or let me rephrase this. What have people received care within primarily pediatric-focused centers, or your experiences, or do you have experiences where the care is largely outside of a pediatric center?
I mean, in what I've experienced, it's been within pediatric spaces, and I mean, I can't speak to what other people are experiencing, and I don't know if that is a trend that person was commenting on, but I haven't personally experienced that.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, and I wish Dr. Kipp were still here, because I know that she works in communities that don't have large centers of anything near where they live, so she may have had somewhere to say that. Yes, please.
Yeah, Heidrun Hildebrand from Bayer. If I understood that question correctly, I think it was looking more inside of companies. And I think what may confuse patients, clinical sites, academic centers at large is that we in industry are used that we somehow get reorganized every month, but every 2 years at least. And with that reorganization, names of department and groups are changing. So there might be that the word pediatric get lost in the new name, but that doesn't mean that the expertise which is available in the company has vanished. It may be grouped differently also, and I can very much understand that for people from the outside or for patients and also for sites who have used to work with a person with a certain name tag and now the name tag changed. They think maybe the focus has changed, but I would think that is really due to the mania in industry to reorganize every time and ongoingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me, we've been talking also about sort of things to do to build and that take investments, whether, it's finding funds or, putting groups together. Let me ask you something sort of maybe there's some low-hanging fruit that people could focus on now. So let me just ask you, are there specific activities or features of a clinical trial program that would make you feel the trial is inclusive, that are things that maybe, could happen sooner than later, such as, transportation services or, offering the materials that are in large print or in a certain language. So is there any specific activities you say, well, look, that should be achievable, doable, sooner rather than later, that again, makes people feel included, makes them feel inclusive?
I'm not going to speak for the people who are on the front lines designing the trials and the patients who, obviously want to provide. It's critical, we've already heard, that we get patients to provide their input from the beginning, to hear what those barriers are, what the burdens are. But as I'm thinking about it, and I think Martha Donahue was asked kind of the question about, is ADEPT going to be required in a pediatric, a PIP or a PSP? How is ADEPT going to be implemented by regulators? And regardless of the process we do or we use to incorporate the things that we've heard today, whether it's ADEPT or in the PSP or in the PIP, I think what I've heard today and what I think low-hanging fruit from my perspective at FDA is when we send comments back to a sponsor about, how have you considered increasing the diversity of your clinical trial in children, we can give them concrete questions that we can ask. How are you decreasing burden? How are you allowing for patients to how have you incorporated the patient's voice in the design of this trial? I mean, we can ask those questions directly as we work with companies to help incorporate some of the suggestions we've heard today. So I think that's one way that we can easily, FDA, I say easily, nothing's ever easy at FDA, but easily, I think we could begin to implement, even just asking those questions as part of pediatric development plans.
So I'm just going to quickly say, I speak FDAE, so I'm just going to translate a couple of things. We love acronyms. DAPT, Diversity Action Plan. It took me a minute to remember that. And PIP is Pediatric Investigation Plan. So these are things that they're related, but just so people are tracking. So yes, thank you, Lynn.
So from the industry perspective, and it builds on what you're saying, it's circular, right? How do we do it? And then you also make sure that we're accountable for it, because if we're not doing it, you're going to ask about it. But some particular sort of low-hanging fruit that I can think of in this space are both about the process and then a couple of examples about specific activities. So obviously everybody talks about trust. You need to have the trust in place. But the co-creation from the beginning, you can co-create an inclusive trial. And who are you bringing in to have these discussions? And how do you have that continual discussion? So we've done this in the adult space in kidney, and having a standing council that is actually looking at diversity in a particular trial. And so there's another topic of we can have that council in place to have the trial like as early as on, all the aspects of study design and study conduct, informed consent, all of that. But then when you have this group in place, you can go back to them with transparent information and say, okay, this is where we're at with recruitment and retention, and actually say, all right, percentages here are this. And that's been incredibly useful. And it really builds trust, where you're just very open and saying, I don't understand, or this is what's happening, and this site is not really recruiting. So having that ongoing conversation, and then within that group potentially, we've had a really good experience bringing patients to PI meetings and talking about the topic of diversity. And so we've done it sort of at all stages, and now one new trial, we're going to do it at the very first meeting. And I think that hearing it from the patient and patient community, and from a sponsor bringing that, I just think it sort of helps that whole credibility and transparency. Another step there that has been really useful, I think, is, and people have talked about this, who are the credible messengers and how do you get the information out? So when you're thinking about an inclusive trial and you have co-created materials, there are a number of patient groups that have ambassadors that can provide that peer education, and that sort of immediately brings the credible messengers there, and raises awareness about the trial. So it's the dissemination piece as well. But then in specific activities, and I would say low-hanging fruit, it is really important though, so maybe it's not as low-hanging because we don't always think about this, but specific activities that are related to disability can very quickly help with inclusion. And I feel like this is not something that we call out a lot. And the disability could be specific to the condition, or it just could be because people have disabilities. And how are we making our trials inclusive? And I think that if we think about this, it's going to be, there's always a tagline in this space, essential for some, helpful for all. When we think about the sites that we're selecting, I think physical accessibility is something that we need to be thinking about. But when we're thinking about the creation of materials, there's very low-hanging fruit that can be done to make materials accessible, right? Do 16-point font, don't do lower than 16-point font. Have everything closed captioned. And a number of other very tangible examples in this space. And then even when I think about DCT, which could make a huge difference for people with disabilities, if you're not intentional from the beginning in creating your digital accessibility, then you're actually still going to be excluding a group of a large group that doesn't need to be excluded. And so I think it's low-hanging fruit, but I just don't think we talk about it enough.
Thank you. I have a follow-on question about that, follow-on or segue question. And if I may, Michael, I wanted to start with you. If I recall, you're on an advisory board, is that correct? So where are you involved in activities? You know, are they asking about stuff, say, hey, we're planning to do something like next year, that this and that? Do they ask you your thoughts there, or what sort of ways are they asking you to help out?
So one way that an activity that I have helped with planning is a prom that they have every year for the hospital patients. I think it can be any teenagers. But yeah, me and the other kids help plan the prom, and like what floor it's going to be on, and what's going to be there, what type of music, and how long it's going to be, stuff like that.
That's great. And so the prom, who had the idea of the prom? Why did they want to do it? Did they have kids feel like the hospital was someplace that wasn't just a place where you got stuff done to you? You could also have fun, or what was the theme behind it? So
I don't know who first came up with it, because it's been out for a while. But yeah, the main idea was just to have the kids have fun, even though they're in a hospital, they're missing their own real dances at the school. Gotcha. They can still feel like they're included and still feel like they don't miss out on these important events in their life.
So they can have a little bit of normal life even when they're not in their normal life space like home. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you. Well, that sounds like important low-hanging fruit. No, I mean, kids want to feel like life is normal, right? Whether they're in a trial or not. And so if you can do activities like that to help a kid, that sounds worthy to me. So let me ask then, how do we create, this might not elegantly worded, how do we create space for you all, Michael, Nazrin, and Vita, kids and their families to take an active role in designing and being involved in how these trials are designed and conducted? What are things that you all think needs to happen from anyone?
In terms of creating space, I think it's really important to create channels of communication. I think sort of it's been touched on, but the way that we disseminate information to communities, but then also the way that communities can express their needs, and not just communities, but also individuals can express their needs as patients or as parents, because in the pediatric space, family is also really, really vital. And so I think just in terms of creating space, you have to start with communication. You have to start with creating channels for communication between, research institutions, between primary care physicians, between patients and their families, and, not just one line of communication, but several, interlinking these groups to build the most effective solutions to issues presented by patients and their families, or to needs or constraints from researchers or organizations.
One thing that I can add that I think has been really helpful for us at GBT and afterwards is implementing patient advisory boards to review your protocol, not after implementation and it's not recruiting, but a year before. We have an idea of when the protocol is being developed, submit it to the FDA, bring a patient advisory board together. You don't have to have the full protocol developed. Schedule of assessment, inclusion, exclusion. How does this impact you? Would you enroll in this clinical study? And we also have the opportunity to select where the advisory board is where they're coming from. So making sure that it's geographically diverse, racially diverse, all the different diverse aspects that we want to make sure we get feedback on. So I think this is a call to the industry to involve patients at the very beginning, not when things start going south because we're not recruiting. And it does provide benefit. There's such insight that you're able to glean and take the data back, right? To say, hey, CEO, I know you're not going to like this, but we need to include ABC in the protocol because the response is this is not going to recruit. We need to include ABC site or ABC country to make sure that it's diverse enough. So it's an opportunity that we can take back as well to get the feedback ahead of time, not just as a reaction.
So let me throw in real quick a little add-on to this same question that's coming from online, because they're saying when you all are doing that, should the focus be on social determinants of health or racial and ethnic diversity? And is it an either or?
I don't think it is an either or. I think that racial and ethnic diversity goes right hand in hand with social determinants of health. It's easily observable to see that they interact with one another and affect one another. And so I think what you'll see is if racial and ethnic diversity is considered in the design of a pediatric clinical trial, and that space is created, whether it be through cultural competency or anything like that, that then you'll also start to see that correlates with impacts on social determinants of health. So yeah.
Kind of agree. No, so I'm hearing, so you're saying get on it early, right? Where people get on it early as far as hearing what the members of the community and families are saying about what the proposal is. And great. Other things to do along that line?
If I heard this correctly earlier, that most trials are not looking at the diversity until the pivotal moment. And if that is the case, then we have a bloated pipeline. So I agree with my fellow panelists that we must involve our community leaders, the stakeholders. They are the gatekeepers. And what I mean by involving them is to let them be a part of the design of a clinical trial for adults and pediatric patients because they have the ability to raise awareness in their communities and mobilize their communities. So that way you're kind of tilling the soil when researchers come in and they need to do this recruitment. You can go to your churches, your community-based organizations, and recruit from within these stakeholder networks. So I think it's important to look at it way before you get to that pivotal moment.
So let me ask you a really loaded question then. It's like at the UN where they had the voting members and non-voting members. When we're talking about who's helping to I'm going to blow this way up, right? No, but seriously, maybe not a 3-year-old, right? But how much of a vote do kids and or their families versus other people putting protocols together have, and what's thumbs up and what's thumbs down? And I don't know if it's a one-size-fits-all, but is there a space, is there a spectrum across which there may be, in certain cases, a lot of weight given to the non-research part of it, community family part, on making some decisions, and others versus others? I just wanted to hear people's thoughts.
We need to continue to keep amplifying these young voices. You hear these young people today.
I heard them.
It sounds like they've already got their medical degree. So amplifying their voices to evoke that emotion is so important and critical. And they, too, can be gatekeepers to the community. They have formed their own groups. So I think they should very well be a part of the conversation when decisions are being made about their care.
So I actually think they have a tremendous vote. It is almost impossible not to consider when you hear it. So what I found really helpful is to invite, from the industry perspective, to invite the budget holders, the decision makers, in on these conversations. And then, like when I have several different standing patient councils, and I love to invite our clinical development team because they're also going to be the ones interacting with the sites. But I think it is, how much of a vote? I think it's tremendously impactful, should only continue to be impactful. I actually appreciate the FDA guidance calling out sustained community engagement. I think it is, my perspective is, it's a big vote. It's hard to ignore. It doesn't mean that everything gets accepted, and it may mean that that's where the transparency comes in of, hey, this is why we do it like this, and it's the feedback mechanism of when a group makes a suggestion, and if it's a suggestion that you bring back and it's not taken, why it's not, because I think that builds trust too, right, just to understand the research process more. But I think it is, I think it's a big vote.
As you were speaking, it made me think of the comment that Dr. Kipp made in an earlier session, that if you're coming in and deciding to agree to enroll in a clinical trial, this is very late, right? And that there may be even members of your own community who question why you're doing it, and that may even isolate you from the community because you decided you wanted to enroll that trial. But it seems to me if you turn it on its head and that you have those patients, those trusted emissaries that sit at the table as a patient advocacy group at the inception of the development of that trial, that when the trial then it's time to enroll, that the person who was sitting at the table can say, this was something we, our community, had a voice in, and I am there to prove it. So it seems like that could kind of turn it on its head.
You know, we're coming near the end of time, and so what I'd like to do in closing this session out is to ask each one of y'all to share, if you will, what your call to action would be coming out of this meeting. I'll start with my own. It's like kids and families, speak up. Anybody else who wants to share?
I thought it was really interesting to see data around the willingness to participate. I think that an ongoing sort of misperception is that families from different race ethnicities are less willing to participate. It doesn't look like that bears out, and so really there needs to be more effort around how do we reach all these families, and so that's something that I'd like to think about.
Mine's on. You can walk up. Somebody, whoever's got an open mic. That's strange.
I guess the call to action.
For people with diverse perspectives. And I think looking into that and understanding that, whether you are a patient or a community member or love someone who has a chronic illness or, are working in the field, that understanding just how wide that gap is really, really vital in taking the first steps in moving forward to close it. So.
I think my call to action is that I see the onus on the industry and on policy. If it's left up to, if it's not mandated, if it's not a requirement, if, it's left up to our own intrinsic motivations, it's not going to happen. So I think there needs to be some order, there needs to be some requirements put in place, and then move from there. And I think that will have a trickle-down effect because there is only one, they have no choice. So I think some people are going to have to get in line to make things happen.
I think for me, what Sue said earlier about thinking about the ratio of burden to benefit rather than just risk and benefit is something that I'll take away as a pediatric oncologist and someone that thinks about oncology clinical trials, because I think that there are a lot of things that were shared today that we could likely incorporate in our trial design to decrease the burden of participation.
My personal call to action is I am on the ICANN volunteer board as I do the community engagement work of ICANN. So my call to action is to create a community within the community that can really get around and embrace not only, getting clinical trials disseminated properly, but also coming together to feel that this community feels seen and heard, validated and supported, that the community within the community feels like there's a cohesiveness there. So if it starts there, then we can work our way out. So my call to action is to create this space within ICANN coming up in the 24-25 year.
So my call to action is at this table. I think involving adolescents and young adults is so essential, but also the innovation, the different way of looking at it, and the passion that you bring. It's tremendous. So I feel very privileged to have heard this, and this is my call to action to continue to and much more strongly involve adolescents and young adults in the co-creation process.
Thanks. My call to action are, I think, two things. Continue to listen early and listen often, and getting feedback where needed and as appropriate with the indication that we're working in. And then not being afraid to lean into those difficult discussions, specifically with our sites and with our partners in terms of how do you plan to recruit appropriately. It's not something you want to lead it, but it's important now. So I think it has some energy around that, and it needs to happen. It's not should, could, would, it must. So having that intention to have those discussions early with our partners to ensure that when we're thinking with the end in mind, and it's not just, again, a response, but it's really what we intentionally developed.
My call to action is to continue doing exactly what I'm doing, and that's forging these deep human connections between underserved communities and medical innovators, and expanding my clinical trial program across the country, building up the stakeholders network so we can reach more people.
My call to action is actually directed at the FDA. So I learned such inspiring things today about, I think it's OMHHE and this office and all the pilot projects that they're doing and all the things that they're investing in and all the things that they're learning. But I didn't know a lot about that even though I'm in this space. And so my call to action is for the FDA to really think creatively about how to share all these learnings across all these stakeholder groups so that we can all benefit from the amazing work that's being done in that office.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Tamara. I think that my call to action is, number one, to disseminate this information across FDA and to help to disseminate it across industry when we can. I think the other call to action for me is to co-opt Bella's phrase. And so in your sponsors now, when you go back and you see comments on your documents, that when you've, provided a rationale for why you can or can't do this, I'm going to start saying yes and. So if you see that on an FDA response, you know where that came from. That came from this meeting right here. No, seriously, I think that what I have learned today, I'm still processing, but I think what we can do at FDA immediately is to put this information together, get it out in the public, and promote some of the programs that we already have at FDA to further the causes here today.
Thank you so much, y'all. So if I heard it right, to sum up, it's just what we already knew as kids, what we learned in kindergarten, sharing. So we share everything, we can really go further. On that note, it's been my pleasure and honor to be moderator and to hear all you all, especially you all young people who just amaze me. And so thank you so much. And on that note, I'll turn it over to Dr. Yao.
So Michael and Nazrin and Anvita, don't go too far. Okay, so I have the enviable position of providing some closing remarks. One of the things I will say before I give you my key takeaways is that a lot of times at 5 o'clock, I'm like, can we just be over already? But I have to say that the sessions today and the people that have been involved, particularly the young people, have given me kind of some energy. So I'm kind of disappointed that we have to end now. But we do have to end now. So I'm going to give you just a couple of reflections on what my takeaways are. And please don't view this as the official FDA takeaways. These are just my takeaways, some thoughts that I think were triggered in the discussions today. In session one, what I heard was that, FDA is doing some things, and we had that big meeting for adults. Many of the themes, the challenges, the solutions, they're not that different in terms of what we have heard are the challenges in adults, but there are unique challenges related to diversity in pediatric clinical trials. I think it's more challenging to provide equity and voices when those voices come from children. I think that solutions for diversity in the pediatric space can't necessarily be extrapolated from adults, but probably there are some places where we can extrapolate. I think it's gonna, we've already done quite a bit to improve diversity, but I think what I've heard today is that we're just touching the tip of the iceberg. And this notion of bi-directional communication, meaningful engagement, building trust, and avoiding mistakes that may take a generation to correct were, I think, some key takeaways from the first session. In session 2, I thought we heard some excellent examples of inclusive trial designs. I was really impressed, it really impressed upon me that proportionate representation is just more than a similar population compared to the proportion with the disease. We need to think about what the real goal is, what is really good. We're not necessarily measuring what we ought to measure if we're just limited to race, ethnicity, age, and sex. And we have to think hard about what the correct metrics are in order to, I guess, get it right or advance the real goal. I heard a lot about being intentional and planning early about what a representative population really means. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's those 4 areas. It might mean the disease considerations. It might mean the geographic considerations. It might mean who has the burden. Inclusive trial designs, I heard this a lot, and I think this is a clear takeaway, that patient centricity, patient-centric trials don't just mean that we invite someone to come in at an advisory committee and chat about a trial that's already done. I think it means, throughout the life cycle of drug development. And I heard that decentralized clinical trials aren't cheap, but there may be ways to increase efficiency. And with that increasing efficiency, maybe it will ultimately be cost-effective to be inclusive. Panel 3 was just terrific, and I have too much here to really go over, but I really have to give credit to those who were a part of Panel 3, particularly our young panelists. We talked about what is community, how does community affect enrollment, community-based engagement, and how do community institutions build and maintain trust. So much there, so rich. And I won't read through this, but hopefully we'll be able to share it with you as slides and follow up. Whoops. Screen sharing has stopped. There you go. Screen sharing has stopped and the shared window is closed. Oh. There we go. I don't know what that Zoom thing is, but so session 4, there we go. Session 4, I think we heard a lot from session 3, but so many great talks about recognizing structural racism, that it affects the ability to enroll children in clinical trials, that community engagement, but also clinician engagement is important to promote health equity. Effective communication and comprehensive holistic care is, again, an important way to encourage families and children to both enroll and stay in clinical trials. And I think the talk from Pooja was great about opportunities to advance clinical trial equity in pediatric oncology. And, one of the things that I heard was that, the enrollment in clinical trials, we saw this in a lot of data today, that enrollment in clinical trials didn't vary a lot by SCS. I think some of the data that Pam presented, it looked pretty good, but it doesn't tell the whole story. And I think that's what impressed upon me, that just looking at kind of those, the data on the diversity in the clinical trials doesn't tell the whole story. Where are we going? What's going on here? Okay, this thing has a mind of its own, doesn't it? What's that? So I can't move it now. There we go, session 3, session 4. There we go, session 4. Anyway, just some thoughts. So before we end today, and I did want to, if I could, call up Michael and Vida and Nasrin to the podium, please. Please come on. So, talk about brave, right? I mean, can you imagine coming up here like a, young adult or high school student to a bunch of professionals here? I think if we could just give them really our thanks and appreciation. And I also want to acknowledge, thanks to all three of you, really terrific. And I want to acknowledge Sneha too, but you know what, you're too old now. Imagine that, Sneha, you're too old now, but thanks to Sneha too for your participation. And then finally, can we advance to the last slide? Maybe? Oops, there we go. Before we end today and before I adjourn, I want to really thank all the presenters and panelists. Fabulous job today from all of you. I can't tell you how much I learned. It's been really a wonderful day. Thank you so much to our colleagues from MCERC, Dana, James, Heather, Eric, for the support. I need to have our folks here on the side who ran the session today, Julie, Liana, and Reed, thank you so much for O&D meeting support. And finally, to the staff that we have in the Division of Pediatrics and Maternal Health, particularly Carrie Ann, Michelle, Michonne, Carla, and Lily. I mean, you guys did a fantastic job in organizing this meeting today. With that, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. Oh, sorry, one last thing. I meant to say this at one of the breaks and I forgot. Part of the beauty of being back in person is making these personal connections. So don't be shy. If you see someone wanting to run out, grab them and say, can I just get your email so we can talk later? If you can stay for a little bit after we adjourn so that folks can come in and talk to each other about what they can do and how you can help, I would love for that to be another outcome of the meeting. Again, thank you so much for joining, and thanks again for everything. Bye.